It's not showing up on the screen. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 29th, 2024 is hereby called to order. This morning I'm going to do it a little differently because my colleagues are moving a little slower this morning. So I'm going to ask the Madam Clerk to read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Monday, July 29, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Atty Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, University of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Dr. David Hall, SJD. President, University of the Virgin Islands. Block 2, VI Police Department. Invited testifier, Lieutenant Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner, VI Police Department. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I won't take the roll call. I will give it a few more minutes, but I want to say good morning to my colleagues that are here and on Teams, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and most definitely good morning to the University of the Virgin Islands family. Good morning. All right, so today, as we heard, the University of the Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Police Department will be defending their budget, their FY 2025 budget, before the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance. And I'm going to begin with asking the testifiers that's before us to please put their names and titles on the record. We're going to start with Dr. David Hall, and then my right, your left. Put your names and titles on the record, and then we'll go to the other side. You may proceed, Dr. Hall.
Good morning. David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. Pamela Molina-Worsi, Interim Vice President of Institutional Advancement and Dean of Innovation and Student Success.
Good morning. Narita Washington, Interim Vice President for Administration and Finance, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. Do you have anyone on St. Croix in our committee room? All right, so, Madam Clerk, we're going to do the roll call. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javani James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've established a quorum and we can proceed. Dr. Hall, are you ready to proceed with your
Yes, I
testimony?
am.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairwoman Fred Gregory, and other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before this distinguished body to present the university's budget requests for FY 2024-2025 and respond to your questions. To assist me with today's presentations are Mrs. Narita Washington, Interim CFO and Vice President for Administration and Finance, Dr. Camille McHale, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, and Dr. Pamela Molina-Worsi, Interim Vice President for Institutional Advancement. Also present are other members of my cabinet and deans of the various schools and colleges within the university. We are also delighted that incoming President, Dr. Sophia George, is present today in the gallery. And personally, I'm delighted that First Lady, Dr. Marilyn Braithwaite Hall, is also in the gallery. I'd like to speak briefly about what I call 15-year partnership for growth and transformation. It is indeed an honor to appear before this Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance for the last time as President of the University of the Virgin Islands. This is my 15th appearance to defend and answer questions about the University of the Virgin Islands budget request. And as I reflect upon the journey of the last 15 years and the various appearances before this illustrious body, I can say unequivocally that this committee and various legislatures over the years have been a true partner with the university in moving the institution forward. This partnership has been one that is not one-sided. We have worked collaboratively to raise the substance and image of UVI. In numerous instances, there were programs, degrees, and projects that we came to you seeking funding, and you supported us. There were other occasions when we needed assistance, like debt service to support debt service support so that we could construct buildings and facilities, and you were there to support us. There were other times when we had an ambitious and transformative project like the medical school, and we needed this body's endorsement and support to dream with us, and you were courageous enough to dream. But what made this partnership even more vibrant is that there were times when you identified a need or challenge for the territory, and you wanted us to develop a degree or program that could help address that need, and we complied. There were also times, like with the agriculture plan, where you needed the leadership and experience of the university to address a situation that related to UVI, but was much greater, excuse me, than the university, and we willingly stepped up to the plate. There were times when the legislature wanted to name buildings on our campuses or the campus itself after distinguished Virgin Islanders, and we accepted the honor, obligation, and the associated challenges. It is because of this two-way street, this collaborative effort, and this collective vision for progress that makes me feel confident and sane that this was an authentic and meaningful partnership. And I am thankful to have witnessed and played a part in this transformative endeavor. Over the past 15 years, this committee and the Senate have often been the saving grace of the university's financial situation. There have been times when governors have submitted to the legislature reductions in our appropriation, and because of our plea and the negative impact it would have on the operations of the university, you rejected those reductions. There were times when governors did not submit or include in the university's budget salary increases that central government employees had received. And when brought to your attention, you corrected this oversight. Retroactive pay for former UVI employees was provided by this body when it was not provided initially by the central government. Our journey has certainly had its ups and downs, its expansions and contractions, but overall, this legislative body has been a sincere and loyal supporter of UVI. So I come to humbly and gratefully thank you and applaud you for your support over the last 15 years. I also want to thank you for the support you provided from the inception of this university, and I am confident it will continue and that this special partnership will ensure that UVI continues to fulfill and exceed its mission. Achievements and accomplishments. This year, like the ones in the past, has been filled with numerous achievements. Time will not permit me to capture them all, but I would like to share a few that stand out. As you are aware from the invitation that hopefully you have recently received, there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow for the medical school classroom building and biomedical research laboratory. This is part of that dream that I referred to earlier, and this body, along with others, and the U.S. Economic Development Administration have played a tremendous role in allowing us to reach this important milestone. Second, our students continue to excel, not only locally but on a national level. For example, UVI nursing students continue to outperform the national average on the rigorous National Council Licensure Exam, or NCLEX, as it is referred to. All 2023 BSN graduates on St. Croix on the first sitting passed the NCLEX and have since been onboarded as full-time registered nurses at Governor Juan Luis Hospital. According to the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, Incorporated, the 2023 pass rate for the NCLEX exam of all candidates was 69.7. Yet UVI was 100% with the particular cohort I am referring to. In other areas, 2 of our students were selected nationally as White House HBCU scholars for their accomplishments in academics, leadership, and civic engagement, and were invited to the White House. Additionally, our students continue to be engaged in research alongside our talented faculty and present regionally and nationally, including being selected to participate in highly selective conferences and workshops, such as those at the prestigious MIT. And though not in the written report that you have, I want to let you know that one of our students, Quiana Christian, was a newly elected international second vice president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. I thought you would like that. This is a student being elected as a second vice president of a national, international organization. Third, UVI is leading the charge in advancing STEM education and leadership at HBCUs across the nation through the Center for the Advancement of STEM Leadership, or which we refer to as CASTLE, with a new $9 million competitive grant award from the National Science Foundation. In collaboration with partners such as North Carolina A&T, a state university, Fielding Graduate University, and the Association of American Colleges and Universities, CASTLE has been a beacon of excellence in researching and promoting successful strategies for producing STEM graduates at HBCUs. And I do want on the record that Provost McHale is the leading PI for this grant and has made a tremendous contribution to this endeavor. Fourth, in fiscal year 2023, our alumni giving rate increased to 12%, surpassing the national average of less than 8% for U.S. higher educational institutions. This achievement underscores the profound impact of our alumni's generosity, and we are committed to building on this momentum and even strengthening alumni engagement. Number 5, UVI held a groundbreaking ceremony this past November for a new School of Nursing building on the Albert A. Sheen campus on St. Croix. This 11,800 square foot state-of-the-art facility will replace modular units which our nursing faculty, students, and staff have been in since 1997. The new building will feature advanced clinical labs, hospital room, simulation classrooms, collaborative spaces, and offices, as well as house the university's health service department. The university was pleased to have at the groundbreaking event Dr. Harry Williams, president of the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, who also visited and toured our campuses. TMCF is the nation's largest organization exclusively representing the Black college community and serves as a resource for HBCUs and for scholarships, internships, and leadership development opportunities for our students. And so many of our students have received internships and permanent jobs by participating with TMCF. Number 6, at UVI's 62nd Charter Day ceremony in March, the university was honored to host keynote speaker Dr. Deidre Trent, Executive Director for the White House Initiative for Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunities through HBCUs. Dr. Trent is the highest federal official on HBCU matters in the nation, and the White House Initiative is dedicated to a government-wide policy-making effort to eliminate barriers HBCUs face and is a key advocate for increased resources and support for these institutions such as UVI. Number 7, on April 3rd, the university hosted its Distinguished Student Convocation Lecture Series with U.S. Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock. The event showcased UVI's commitment to providing our students with unparalleled access to influential leaders and thinkers. Senator Warnock is the first African-American senator from Georgia and serves as the senior pastor of the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, the home church of the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. His presence on campus catalyzed a series of high-impact engagements, including a private breakfast with local elected officials and an intimate dinner with our students. Number 8, UVI celebrated its 60th commencement ceremonies in May, conferring over 260 degrees across both campuses. The events were highlighted by keynote speaker, former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottom, who also had served as the White House advisor to President Biden. She is renowned for her work in equity and governance. The ceremonies honored local individuals with honorary degrees, including T. Ron and Timothy Thomas, and on St. Croix, Caroline Folks. 9, our School of Agriculture marked a transformative moment on May 29, 2024, with the grand opening of our aquaponics and small ruminant livestock facilities on the St. Croix campus. This milestone event, representing an investment of over $600,000, primarily from disaster recovery funds, signified the revival of critical research infrastructure devastated by Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. The state-of-the-art aquaponics facility, set to be fully operational within months, boasts 6 stations capable of nurturing 600 fish simultaneously, while the small livestock facility showcases advanced structures for housing and studying specialized sheep breeds. And though it is not in the testimony, later today I will sign an agreement between Fresh Ministries, the U.S. Department, the UVI, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, wherein UVI will receive a multi-million-dollar facility for aquaponics and greenhouses. This will allow for the School of Agriculture to have aquaponics facilities on campus and to have them nearby in a state, Bethlehem. The Department of Agriculture, through a grant, will invest $1 million in this facility in order to bring it up to state-of-the-art. I want to thank former Senator Allison de Gazan for serving as one of the advocates for UVI to receive this very important gift. Number 10, UVI's team, the Mighty Scholars, achieved a historic victory at the 2024 Battle of the Agencies, winning first place over all other governmental agencies in the territory, including the legislature. This was the second year that UVI consecutively competed after having not done so for several years, and we are proud of all of the employees who competed. With the support of the 35th legislature and the leadership of Senator Carrion, we secured an amendment to allow part-time students to participate in the free tuition program. The Board of Trustees also amended its regulation to allow UVI online students to participate as well. Both of these changes will expand the program and assist more deserving students. Continuing challenges. As always, we are appreciative of the support that Governor Albert Bryan Jr. has proposed for our FY 2025 budget. However, that proposal has some major challenges, which, if not addressed, will have a very negative impact on the university's operation. The governor's proposed budget will reduce the university's existing budget by $2.2 million. To absorb this type of reduction would necessitate hiring freezes and budget reductions in all areas. The university have absorbed numerous appropriation and allotment reductions during my tenure, and they always result in a reduction or challenge in services to our students. Many areas are already understaffed, and additional cuts will seriously jeopardize the quality of services provided, not to mention the morale of overworked individuals. And therefore, we ask that this body and the Senate in general to please reject this proposed reduction. In addition, the university's collective bargaining agreement with the teaching faculty requires that we provide 3 years of a 3% increase in salary. With your assistance and that of the governor, we were able to fulfill the first year of this contractual commitment in FY 2024. We need your support for the second year as well. Because the administration is committed to providing staff and administrators the equivalent salary increase as the teaching faculty, this will require an increase in our budget of $1.3 million in FY 2025. This salary pool request is certainly motivated by our contractual commitment, but it is also based on the stark reality that our salaries must be more competitive if we are to retain and attract excellent faculty and staff. The students we graduate who teach in our schools, work in government agencies, and in the private sector require excellence and innovation in the classroom, laboratories, and in every aspect of their educational life. We cannot deliver on this promise and commitment if we have a revolving door of employees or we lose top candidates because of salary levels. Even with a 7% increase in tuition, our second increase in a row to take effect this fall, and another hopeful anticipated 4% increase in enrollment, the university is facing a $3 million deficit without your intervention. We anticipate receiving $500,000 less from the university's endowment in 2025 due to liquidity issues it is facing. There are other challenges, including increased costs for insurance and other mandatory expenditures that will also eat away from the increased revenue from the tuition and enrollment increases. So, as we have done in the past, we are asking this committee and ultimately the 35th legislature to be our saving grace. The university is on an upward trajectory, and we want that to continue. And it is so essential to the economic growth and diversification of the territory. And if we want to take full advantage of all of the opportunities that the future contains, then your support of the university is essential. The other compelling reason I ask that you address the budget request that I have made is the consequences that a reduction in the budget would have on our incoming president, Dr. George. Without your support, she will be saddled with commencing her presidency doing a major budget reduction that units will have to absorb and not being able to fulfill a salary increase expectation that our faculty and others expect. I know that you, like me, want the new president to be successful and start her tenure building on and expanding the foundation already laid. She doesn't need a $2.2 million reduction in our operating budget tying her hands as she begins her illustrious career. Fiscal year 2024-25 budget request. Below is the university's budget request for FY 2025. It includes the base budget appropriation for FY 24 and the additional requests mentioned above. We appreciate your support of this request. The breakdown is in your testimony. I will not go through each line item. I do want to highlight that the general operating requirement line includes our base budget, what we have presently, plus the 1.3 increase in our salary or in the salary pool. What I would say, if you look down this long list of programs that are funded individually, the vast majority of them came from this body. They were programs or projects that either we asked for or that you wanted us to do, and we believe that all of those programs are necessary. The sum of $30,305,458 is for general operations for FY25. This includes salaries and benefits for the regular and temporary employees, as well as operating expenditures and the requested 3% salary pool in accordance with the university's collective bargaining agreement with AAUP. Appendix 1 provides details of the university's fiscal year 24 operating budget, inclusive of revenues and expenditures as of June 30th, 2024. Additionally, our appropriation request includes approximately $9 million in funding for other programs and initiatives important to the university's mission, the territory's transformation, and advocated for by this body. Among them, SBDC matching funds, senior citizen tuition assistance, Val and Sal scholarships, the Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, construction manager program, green technology, hospitality and tourism management, university bound, summer bridge, the John Brewer's Beach maintenance and security, agriculture, science, and the aquaculture program, and the Masters in Social Work, and the Bachelors of Science in Nursing on the St. Croix campus. The governor did submit funding for the medical school in a separate part of the general budget. The governor did not submit funding for the free tuition program, $3 million this year, as the reserve funds are sufficient to cover the expenses for FY 2025. We do want to stress that in the next couple of years, this appropriation will need to be added back to the university's budget to continue to implement this transformative policy. Therefore, if the Senate keeps the FY 2025 budget of the university the same as FY 2024, then the university is only requesting an additional $1.3 million to address the salary needs and expectation. In conclusion, though I am often referred to as a man of many eloquent words, words cannot capture my sincere appreciation for the opportunity, privilege, and honor to serve as president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I came here 15 years ago as a stranger to all of you, and today we have accomplished so much together as colleagues and partners. I came here with lots of aspirations and dreams for UVI and the territory, and you embraced and supported so many of them. I have not accomplished everything I had set out to do or that was added to my plate during the process. But with the support of so many individuals in and outside of the Virgin Islands, we have accomplished a great deal in an exceedingly and abundant manner, more than some could think or imagine. Presidents often receive the credit and the blame for everything that happens during one's tenure. I am willing to accept all the blame, but I must share and distribute the credit. I have been blessed to have so many outstanding and dedicated individuals to work with during my tenure. The President's office staff is iconic. The President's cabinet is a premier collection of brilliant and dedicated professionals. Our deans of the schools and colleges are superior academic leaders, and 5 of them are women. If you knew all that our faculty and students accomplish each year in the fields of research, publication, and presentations on a national stage, you would want to enroll in college again. The Board of Trustees, which provides overall governance and guidance to the university, has been dreamers as well and have supported this university with unparalleled commitment and dedication. Our Passport to the World program takes students, faculty, staff, alumni, and community members to all parts of the world for study, exposure, and service. The Virgin Islands has become a more international place because of the talented and visionary leaders at UVI. Our researchers have acquired more grants than any of our peer or aspirational peer institutions. In the last 15 years, we have raised more money from donors, foundations, and local and federal agencies than the entire history of the university combined. These milestones and mountaintop experiences must not be placed just by my name, but by the names of all of the named and unnamed employees and students at UVI. It has been my honor to work with them, lead them, and be inspired by them. Thank you for the time today to share a small portion of our story and our needs, and I remain ready to listen and to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to before we go, let me recognize the presence of the Vice President of this committee and our Senate President, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Please mark Senator Francis Jr. as present. Thank you for your testimony. And colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. And before we begin, I have a question. So last fiscal year, I have a few questions. We moved legislation for the build-out of 2 bungalows at Burroughs Beach. Have you received the funding to begin that project?
Madam Chair, we have not.
You have not?
We have not received, I think it's $300,000 that
Correct.
was appropriated. We have requested it, we have not received it, and therefore we are unable to start work on that project.
But you did request the funding?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll follow up on that. Okay. And, before I begin, let me just recognize the presence of our new president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Sophia George. Welcome. I guess you are doing your observations today, so welcome. So you said no to that. You have not received the funding. And have you done a evaluation or assessment of the free tuition program to date?
Yes, we have. And I think that evaluation reveals a lot. First of all, out of the $9 million that we have received during this period, because there have been years when we have not requested the funding because we had funds in reserve, and there have been years when OMB and Finance chose not to provide it because of the same reason, and we fully understand that. But out of that $9 million, we have distributed about $4.7 million. So we have about 4.3 in reserve at this point in time. The reasons, and I guess my opening point is that it has made a tremendous difference in the lives of the students who have received these funds. I think parents have appreciated having that support. and it has allowed us to be there to help for some of our students to take financial aid off the table or financial burdens off the table. Second, I'd like to say part of our assessment indicates that because of some changes we have made, we have probably the most progressive free tuition program nationally, and that is because, number one, we made it a first mile program as opposed to a last mile. What that means is we provide the free tuition up front so that the other aid that students receive can go to housing, books, and all of the other needs that they have, which is really important. And now, though it hasn't been put in place yet, but starting in the fall with part-time students being able to access it as well, it is going to, I think, make it available for students who just cannot go full-time, and I think that will be a plus. There are challenges associated with it, and I do want to go through what some of those challenges that our assessment reveals.
I would love to hear them.
The first is that the reason there is, in part, a surplus is because the model that we created was based on the notion that every student would receive it if they met the residency requirements. The 2.5 GPA, which is a part of the legislation, does mean that a certain group of students aren't able to access it. I assume I can go on?
Absolutely.
So that, I think, is one of the hurdles we have faced. Second, despite our outreach to counselors, students, and parents, there's still misunderstanding around the program. For example, some individuals believe that they would have to come back and work for the government only, where the legislation says that they can work wherever. Second, there has been this misconception, and we have tried our best to correct it, is that some students believe they have to come back right away, even though the policies indicate that they have 7 years to fulfill it. So there still is this hurdle that some students refuse the funds because they don't want to come back. They don't want to have the restriction of having to work in the Virgin Islands in the future. We think that is misguided, and we will continue to advocate so that students understand the benefit of it. But there are some still lingering misperceptions. And I want to end on a high note about the program, is that if you look at the data, we have seen an upward trend in the amount that we are distributing. In the academic year 22-23, we distributed 1.2 million, which was the highest amount. And then this fiscal year, or this academic year, we distributed 1.7. So with that trend and with the part-time, I think the program is going to receive more and more support. But we do have to constantly promote and raise the consciousness of people about this wonderful program, because there still are some lingering misconceptions.
Okay, so a couple of things. So I don't know if you have an average, but you're seeing the program growing, one. So you shared that in 2023, 24, you're seeing about 1.7 million.
Yes, in 24 it's 1.7. In
Okay.
23 it was 1.2.
So it has grown 500,000.
Yes, and if you look at some of the early years, the first year we only distributed $636,000. When you compare that first year, 636, to this present year, 1.7, you can see the growth in the program, and I think that's part of us reaching out to students, convincing them, and more students being in the program, because the first year you only have the students who came in that year and who also qualified.
So a
But-
couple of things.
Sure.
Is the 4.3 reserve before the 1.7 or after the 1.7?
No, that has been taken out.
So that's taken
Yes,
out. So
we
the 4
took that, yes, that has already been used by students during this academic year.
So the 4.3 is a solid reserve number.
Yes.
So
that's
based on where
going-
you're going, it's safe for us to say you have about 2 more years, right?
That's about it.
2 more years.
Yes.
So that would be fiscal year 2026, 27.
Something, yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay, so this is the issue, because I want to make sure that, it's not that we pass legislation and then we're no longer funding the program. You are aware that we move legislation to address the issues that we had with the government employees retirement system. And that's our internal revenue matching fund. We call it the rum cover over dollars. So we've had some challenges with increasing the rum cover over dollars. So all of those obligations, and when I say increasing it on the congressional level. Are you aware of that? Yes, so it's, what is it, 1050? 1050, we move the bond issuance on the amount that on 1350. So we are working feverishly to get back the 1350. So that's where we're having a challenge with funding the $3 million to the university. So it's important that, we put it on the record that that's the challenge. So the obligation of the free tuition came from the internal revenue matching funds.
Right.
Those funds are no longer available to us until we are able to get Congress to move on giving us back the 1350, because now we're at 1050.
I see.
That's the challenge. So what that's also creating is some challenges with the work that we did with GRS. So we are now short in that area as well. So we have some challenges there. So we continue to work and to ensure that we are able, and when I say we, the executive branch in particular, to make sure that we are able to see those funds return to the coffers of the Virgin Islands, because we need them. Okay, so that's one challenge. But you said you have 2 years of, about give or take 2 years of reserves. Now, you talked about the misconceptions with the program. Do you have, a frequently asked questions about the program that you share with our graduates so they could really understand what their obligation is or what their obligation isn't in this instance?
Yes, we do, and we have advertisements that we put out. We meet with the counselors in the schools. I have met with them personally myself to explain the program and to answer their questions. So we do have information out there, but we need to do more. You can put it out for one generation or one class of students, but you got to do the same thing the next year and the next year. So that is an area where we have to constantly keep the program and its benefits in front of our students.
So do you have a tab? If I go to the university's website, do you have a tab that says free tuition program that lays out?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so you've done it.
Well, but we still
done.
need to do more.
Okay. No, I agree that you have to do more. All right, so tell me, you talked about the part-time program, and I have some, I'm very, it's not something that I'm jumping up about. I'm just going to be frank with you, because I am concerned that, we don't want to sell the message that as you graduate from high school, it's really okay to go to college part-time. How do we ensure that we are still promoting the importance of our students, especially those that have graduated, attending college full-time, getting your college responsibility out of the way, and then moving on to full employment?
Yeah. First, by making the point that you just made, which is that college is something that is an investment in their future, and that the sooner they can have that investment pay off, the better their lives are. And going full time will ensure that that investment pays off quicker. The reason we supported this change, though, is that we recognize that this program is there not just for students coming out of high school, but for individuals who have been out of high school for a number of years, and they are full-time working adults. And, excuse me, and so those individuals, unfortunately, because they are working, because they have families, they cannot go full-time during the day, and yet we still want them to pursue higher education. In the regulations that the Board of Trustees have approved, there are a couple of things that we believe helps to move students in the direction that you're talking about. First of all, at a minimum, you have to take 6 credit hours. So you can't just use free tuition for one course.
Okay.
You have to take 2 courses. Second, you have to be moving towards a major. You have to declare what your major is, or what you have to be matriculating, as opposed to just occasionally coming and taking a course. And then through our counselors, we will always stress that if you can afford to take a larger load than just the 6 credits, that you should do so. So that is a concern, but we believe the regulations will safeguard against students just dabbling when they really have the ability to move towards full participation.
Okay, well, I'm very happy to hear that you do have policies around it to ensure that we are not taking one-off classes as we go. So that's definitely good news. So colleagues, like I said, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. We are going to start with Senator Blyden, and he's on Teams with us today. Senator Blyden, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audiences, staff, central staff, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Hall, I do appreciate your partnership and your leadership for the 15 plus years you have been at the university. And I neglected to say good morning also to all of the leadership team there with you. I must say, though, that in respect to the budget, let me ask you, because you said that you have several areas that you're understaffed at the university. In those areas that you're understaffed, what's being done in respect to filling those positions, and how many vacancies do you have at this moment?
Ms. Washington can provide the exact number of vacancies, but I'll start out by saying the understaff is a product of vacancies and the difficulty in filling them because of the salary issues that I mentioned. But in some instances, it's not because the units have vacancies. It is because over the years, because of budget reductions that have occurred, people have lost lines. Or, for example, and I know our enrollment management leader is here, the director of admissions position is budgeted at a level that is so low compared to national averages that we can't go out and attract an individual nationally who would come and fulfill that position. So the erosion of some positions make them unattractive, unfortunately, to individuals when you're trying to compete nationally. So it's a combination of the salary challenges, but it's also because individuals have lost positions, and therefore we have fewer people doing, on one level, we could say the same amount of work, but I think my staff would say doing more work because we keep adding new programs, new initiatives, and they have to follow through with those.
Okay, well, very well, Dr. Hall. Let me ask you then, in respect to some of your program. For instance, I know in this body we approved and brought forth to the UVI cell the surveyor program, the appraisers program, and the construction manager program because we understood after the hurricanes and with this recovery, we need these areas improved in terms of specialty and training. And I see in the post-auditor's report the 250 for the surveyor program, the 100,000 and the 484,000. There has been no allotment to date. What's going on with those programs? Succinctly, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, the construction management program is up and running. We have students who are enrolled in that program. I don't think we've had any graduates yet, but that program is up and running. The surveyor program was delayed because we needed to do a survey and study to make sure it was structured in the right way. So we are hoping that that program will come online soon, and we still are committed to following through with that need because we know it's a real need.
It's a critical need, as a matter of fact. So you said soon. How soon is soon, though? Because I think it's very important that we honestly focus on that because what it does in respect to not only being an appraiser, but what it does in respect to assisting many individuals in the community, especially from the Lieutenant Governor's office in terms of revenues, etc. And it's a part of a larger picture. So,
Yeah.
how soon as in respect to the appraiser?
Yeah, I don't have an exact date because the cell director has been working with the consultants that we hired, but I believe that it will be during the upcoming academic year, whether it is in the fall or in the spring, but they are very much committed to bringing that program online. One of the challenges that we encountered was the fact that the program really required more expertise than what we presently had at the time we received the funding. So we actually had to go out and seek a consultant to help us design the program so that we can put it in place. And I believe that process is coming to a close, and therefore we should be able to implement it in the upcoming academic year.
Okay, very well. And before my time is called, I know also you have many federal grants. Do we have any federal grants that's in jeopardy, and how are we utilizing those federal grants to its fullest?
We have not.
1 minute.
We have not had to turn back any funding that we have received from the various federal grants. There's always the challenge of documentation. Some of the grants, in order to be reimbursed or for us to be reimbursed, requires certain documentation. And so I know of one or two where our accounting office is trying to
30 seconds.
get from the vendor the type of information. But in general, I think we've done an outstanding job of utilizing all of the funding that we receive from federal grants.
Okay, and in closing, let me ask you, because you spoke to the free tuition program and have sent a letter in respect to getting information in respect to the program.
Mm-hmm.
And my belief is it's an excellent program, as you stated. It's going to make a difference moving forward. And I also requested that information as a response to many individuals who have called my office and or visited in respect to those going to our technical schools in the territory. And with the recovery that we are moving through, we need many skilled individuals who are certified in order to participate in this program and make a contribution to the community and at the same time help themselves in terms of their skill set. And I will be bringing that legislation forward because I believe it's only right and only fitting that we also include those individuals in this process in terms of having an opportunity to be on a level playing field while contributing to our community at large. So I look forward to further discussion, and I will be presenting it to my colleagues. And I thank you so much for your service. I thank you so much for your testimony. And I thank you so much for your responses. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. Let me ask you. So I saw you page 7. So you laid out basically all of the programs, and these programs are programs that we've basically funded over the years. Let me just use one as an example. Let's talk about the summer bridge program.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with the fact that the Department of Education receives loads of federal funds, right? And the summer bridge program is now funded in part or in whole. I'm not clear. Let's just say funded at $115,000 from appropriations that we provide from the executive budget, right?
Yes.
Are you getting any additional funding from the Department of Education?
We are.
You are.
Through our Title III grants.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. Sorry, your federal education. I'm talking about our local Department of Education.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking
Yeah,
about...
because as I look at this, see, we are looking at ways to utilize our federal dollars and reduce the burden of our local funds because our revenues are not pacing with our expenses. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to the Commissioner of Education because we have an opportunity to fund this program through the consolidated funds of education. I believe there was a relationship before where I don't remember if it's this particular program where the department actually used the consolidated funds to support those students at the university during the summer. If I'm not mistaken, that was a minute ago when I was there.
Yeah, that was junior university. We had a summer
yeah.
program for male students, and it was funded by the Department of Education. And-
Is it past tense?
Oh, they stopped funding it quite a number of years ago. We thought it was a very successful program, but we looked to them for the funding part, even though we implemented it. And so when the funding stopped, we were not able to continue the program. But Summer Bridge is a program that is not, it is for individuals who have finished 11th grade and are going to college. And this is a way to ensure that may make a wonderful transition, but more importantly, that they can test out of some of the skill courses. And that allows students to be much more successful.
And this is why it's so important for the consolidated funds that comes directly to the territory for the Virgin Islands Department of Education can fund this program because this program is supporting 11 graders going into the senior year.
12
graders going into college. Similar,
Correct.
so they're still our students,
Yes.
our Department of Education students until the summer is over. Yeah, so I will have a conversation and we'll also have a discussion around junior university because there's no doubt as we look at our test scores that we need to have the support of the university in supporting those students with these types of programs. And we've received so much federal dollars, particularly during the period of COVID, and we are still grappling with how are they going to make sure that they're able to expend those dollars prior to the close of, there's some funds that's expiring in 2025, September. So I'm going to commit to having that discussion.
Thank you.
Senator Javon James, Sr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes. 5 minutes, I'm sorry. He's on. We can't hear you. 1 second, Senator. Hold the senator's time. Restart his time. Let's try again before we start his time. One more time, Senator. Yeah. We are having a challenge. I don't want to recess, so what I'll do is I'm going to go to Senator Carrion, who I believe is also on Teams, while the St. Croix side of the House try to get their technical difficulties addressed. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of Virgin Islands and to the team for UVI. Good morning, Dr. Hall.
Good morning.
One of my questions, you mentioned about the deficit that you're currently having, 3 million deficit within the university. How would this affect the plans that you have within the university if you don't receive the increase that you're requesting?
Yeah. Well, it would be in two ways. The first one, as I indicated, with a 2.2 proposed reduction in the governor's budget. In my 15 years of experience, the only way you can really address that is by putting in a hiring freeze, which means that positions that people need to fill, they would not be able to do so, coupled with the reduction in the various units. So colleges and schools would have fewer faculty members to teach. Administrators who are feeling that they are still already understaffed would have fewer individuals, and they would have fewer resources. We have gone through this many, many times, and it always hurts in regards to our ability to deliver. And so when new individuals come into the institution and they see the number of staff in their area, their first response is, you're expecting too much from us with the people that we have. And the reason we're in that situation is that's the way we've been able to unfortunately address the various budget cuts that have been imposed upon us. Second, as I indicated, the deficit is a product of the fact that we really feel that we need to follow through on the contractual commitment to the teaching faculty for the 3% raise that was embedded in the collective bargaining agreement. And if we do it for teaching faculty, then we need to do it for all employees. If we don't do that, then we are again sending the message to employees that we don't value your contribution. And what happens then is individuals leave. In my 15 years, we have never been able to have back-to-back salary increases. It's always been 2 to 3 year gaps. And when you have 2 to 3 year gaps, it means you're falling further and further behind. And so what we are trying to do is to at least have consecutive, at least 3 years, consecutive salary increases. We've done one, and we're now wanting year 2. So those are the impacts of this deficit. And I really do want to emphasize, I remember my first year as president, where you're trying to understand a budget, trying to understand the institution, and so to come in and your first task is to reduce 2.2 million out of an existing budget, that is not how you want to start your presidency. So that's the impact I see, is not just on the employees who are trying to move the institution forward, it is on our new president, who will now be saddled with overseeing that. In essence, they won't blame me because I'm gone. But she will have to send out the notice telling individuals you have fewer funds to operate, fewer staff to work with, and that's not how an institution should, and it's not just the institution, that's not how the territory
1 minute.
need a new leader.
You mentioned about the student tuition increase. Is that a 7%? And what are your projections based on that increase that you're looking to generate in revenue? And if that can't cover for some of the deficit that you're speaking about regards to if you don't receive your request to this body?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. That should get us about $500,000. But the problem is, as I said in my testimony, what we will receive from the
30
foundation
seconds.
of the Virgin Islands is going to be $500,000 less than what we have presently. So it becomes a wash. And then we've already been made aware that our property insurance is going up, the GERS contribution is going up, and we have to cover that. The central government doesn't cover that. So the increase in tuition, which we should do, and I applaud the board for having approved 2 years of tuition increases, but it would help if our budget wasn't being reduced. When you have a $500,000 or $400,000 increase in tuition, but the government is taking away $2.2 million, that's not a step forward. That is putting us behind, and also there are these other factors like the foundation's reduction and the other increases that will occur.
And then lastly, regards to your account receivables, what's your turnaround period for that, and what amount do you have of any outstanding?
Yes, we do have accounts receivable, especially in the tuition area, and we are trying to focus on that even more so we can recover some of those dollars. It comes about because even with free tuition, there are students who have other type of expenditures for housing, for food, etc. And because we don't want to exclude students, we often develop an agreement with them, which is that if you commit to paying a certain amount each month over time, we will allow you to still stay in school. And unfortunately, some students live up to that agreement, others do not. And therefore, that becomes an account receivable. When it's time for them to enroll again, we can hold them accountable for that. But again, you're creating the same dilemma, which is you're saying to those students, you can't continue. And most of them are not able to pay all of that up front, even their back payments. So we keep trying to work with them, but we will have to become even more aggressive in getting them to pay once they have made these agreements.
But what's the amount, Dr. Hall?
I think it's over $2 million, Ms. Washington. Tuition. I think it's over $2 million. It's about $2 million.
Accounts receivable.
Yeah. Accounts receivable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So you have accounts receivable of over $2 million. What's the period?
Much of that is for this past academic year,
So
23, 24.
23,
academic
24.
year.
So how do you collect if the academic year is closed?
The only way we can correct it is
Collect.
we collect it by aggressively going after the students. The problem is, as I just indicated, you can stop the students from enrolling, but that doesn't guarantee that you're going to collect those funds, because your leverage is for them to need their transcript in order to say if they want to go to another university. There's federal legislation now that's saying universities can't even do that anymore. So if you don't have that leverage, then there's just no way except to, because there are those who want to come to UVI. They want to stay at UVI. And so what we do is commit the same sin, which is to develop another agreement. Okay, pay us a little if you say this is all you have, and then let's work out an agreement where the remainder is paid over time. And some are able to follow through, but others are not. So we don't have the universities, and some follow this very strictly. That is, you cannot even start classes until you've paid everything up front. We have chosen not to take that hard line because we are the only university in the Virgin Islands, and we know that many of our students have some financial challenges. So we've tried to work with them through these agreements.
I see.
But the way other universities who have more flexibility deal with this problem is by not allowing the student to even enroll unless everything is paid up front.
Yeah, I don't know that we are in a position to do that. I agree. I don't know we're in a position to do that. So I'm going to recognize the next senator. Then I'll ask Senator DeGraff? Oh, Senator James. Let's see if St. Croix is back up. Senator James. You recognize?
Greetings of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. President Hall, for your 15 years of service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and to many others around the world. Because even though it's the University of the Virgin Islands, we cannot deny the fact that people from all over the Caribbean and the world attend this school, or university, I should say. As far as the reduction of $2 million for the FY 2025 proposed budget, I understand the governor proposed, but thank God for the separation of powers, we have the final say. I am one of 15. I'm not here to speak for all my colleagues, but the same way how we could have found $5 million to fund VIGL for the St. Croix horse track, which hasn't even started as yet, even though we have approved so many things to make it easier for them, is the same way we can fund the University of the Virgin Islands if we really want to be taken seriously. The university of any state, island, or nation speaks to the intellect and the mindset of the leadership. So we as a government, we have an obligation to make sure that we put our money where it counts instead of into those recreational stuff, not taken away from them. So to the budget, I would like to know from you, as far as the free tuition program, obviously that's an infusion of cash that you have, and it helps the university. As far as an analysis or a study, ever since the inception of the free tuition program, have you or anyone conducted an assessment of the program?
We have conducted our own assessment. We have not hired anyone externally to do an assessment, and our assessment has been more on an analysis of the data in regards to how many students are using it.
When last has it been revised, or when was it conducted, a date?
Well, we do it on an annual basis, and we did one just recently looking at the history of the program. I shared some of that information, and I can share even more at this time. I shared it mainly because Senator Blyden had requested the information, so I shared it with him in writing. I could share the same report to this entire body. Earlier in one of the questions from the chairwoman, I gave an overview of what that assessment reveals, but we can certainly probe and get more information if this body would deserve it or desire it.
Yes, I would definitely like to, for this, through the chair, I would like to request that report. Okay. And the reason why I would like to see some checks and balances, like Jay-Z has this line saying that he has an accountant for his an accountant. So even though it was conducted internally, even if you have to get another mastermind group within the University of the Virgin Islands to have a set of independent eyes to look at that report and to do further investigation and reports to make sure that we strengthen it. And I have a bill, and as I know we're speaking about the budget, but it all goes hand in hand as we speak about the free tuition program. And at a later time, I will introduce it to the floor, and that's Bill number 35-0039, which speaks to Career Week in the schools, and it speaks to incorporating the University of the Virgin Islands as a representative to encourage and prepare students to take advantage of the free tuition program at the University of the Virgin Islands, and I plan to bring that. But going back to the budget, as far as your financials, and I know you're not here to make a profit as the University of the Virgin Islands, but of course your financials are important. have you been able to assess your losses for FY 2024? Have we seen any significant losses, and can you speak to those? And what do you encourage the new president to do to handle those losses, financial losses?
Well, we will definitely work to have in our operating budget
1 minute.
a balanced budget by the end of the year. But one of those losses is, as I indicated, our foundation that makes a contribution to the university in every year. The contribution that they made for this fiscal year was $500,000 less than what we had budgeted. They have been very generous and very aggressive, providing us even more than the normal 5% that foundations make.
And stop right there. And stop right there. Not to cut you off, Mr. President Hall. You know I have the utmost respect for you. At some point, this body was trying to change the law or whatever it is pertaining to the naming of the schools, and you did mention that is one of the
30
ways
seconds.
to make revenue. How is that coming along as far as individuals who want to name a certain section of the University of the Virgin Islands and it coming with a cost or a benefit, financial benefit to the university?
Yes, that law has been very beneficial to us. The Innovation Center that we launched this past year, excuse me, we received a $3 million gift that is endowed for the naming of that center. And I hope that in the future, with new buildings coming on and even with existing buildings, that we can utilize that in order to receive additional major gifts.
And before my time is called, as we speak about additional buildings, I know under the CDBDG funds, we were supposed to have a multi-purpose center at the University of the Virgin Islands on St. Croix. I think it's approximately $40 million. That will have a positive impact on the revenues if anyone understands what that would do for the Virgin Islands, and it should be a hardened shelter. What's the status of that, knowing that will bring some additional revenues and benefit us with sports?
Yeah, I would love if you could tell me, Senator, because we don't know. We've been sending applications to VI Housing and Finance for the last 6 years to get that funding in order to start just the design of the building. And we just cannot get clarity on it. We were first applying under one fund, and we're told after 5 years of multiple applications that we didn't qualify for that fund and that we would be moved over to mitigation. Ms. Washington, a few months ago, had a meeting about how do we apply through the mitigation fund, and still we have not been granted funding to start the design. So this is a 6-year project that we have been promised to have this building, and it has not come into existence. And I must say, and this again is not to publicly criticize any individual, it has been very frustrating. I promised students, faculty, and staff, and the community of St. Croix that this was going to happen, because it had been said publicly that the CBDG funds would be allocated for this purpose, and they have not as of this date.
My time was called. I do not want to abuse it. At a later time, hopefully, once this Epstein situation is addressed, we can tap into the Epstein funds, not just to assist with University of the Virgin Islands, but throughout our government to offset some of our deficits. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator James. Let me ask you very quickly, Dr. Hall, what's the status of your overall disaster recovery projects?
Ms. Washington has been too quiet here, so I'm going to pass most of this to her.
Let's start with Wright Cole Center.
Yes, and that is the one I want to focus on. We have, I would say, all of our other major buildings on both of our campuses have been restored, and we have worked with FEMA and with the Department of Education. However, the Wright Cole Center has not been restored, and the funding that we have been allocated by FEMA creates a $20 million shortfall. So we will have to borrow funds in order to restore Reichhold. We did get permission from FEMA to restart construction because there were permits that they required of us from historic preservation, et cetera. We were able to satisfy that, so the contractor is back at the site, but we will have to come up with $20 million to put Reichhold, in addition to what we're receiving from FEMA, in order to put Reichhold back. We are projecting a 14-month construction period. So that is the major one, but Ms. Washington may have some. There are other recovery projects, smaller ones, so there may be some things that she would like to add to that, but Reichhold is the major one that is not back yet from the storms.
You may proceed.
Narita, Washington. So good morning. So as Dr. Hall mentioned, Reichhold was our biggest project that had been held back. We also working very closely with the Office of ODR, as well as VITEMA and FEMA, to be able to get all our projects back. And so many of them have been completed. And so what we're doing now is trying to finalize the budgeting process so that then the university can receive the budget reimbursements.
Okay, so I have to go back to Reichhold. So, what support are you getting from the Office of ODR with regards to this shortfall? And when I say support, I mean having the deep dive discussions with the FEMA officials with regards to reconsideration of this $20 million shortfall. Is it that you are doing? Is it that you are expanding the footprint? Is it something that looks very different from the original Reichhold Center? What is it that's creating a $20 million deficit for this project? Is it that we're doing a totally different project?
No, we're not, Madam Chair. Excuse me. I think it's the result of our architect doing an assessment of the damages and saying, if you want to put the building back right, you need to replace all of the plumbing, not just this section of the plumbing that, in FEMA's standpoint, was damaged, and we will only fund you for that. So that means you're going to have old plumbing connected with new plumbing, or old electrical outlets connected to new electrical outlets. And, so it's not expanding the facility, it's just putting back a facility that's going to last for some time to come and is not going to create the situation where you are mixing and matching critical infrastructure. To answer your question, I think the Office of Disaster Recovery has been very helpful to us in getting through this process. The project was on hold for a year and a half, and it was because FEMA felt we weren't providing them with the information they needed. And I would say ODR allowed us to break through that, and I thank them for that. But in regards to the deficit, there is no other funding that
We need another breakthrough.
that them or anyone else have provided.
Yeah, so we need another breakthrough on this. This sounds very familiar. So our Roy Snyder Hospital, the FEMA did not approve a total rebuild for that hospital initially. And it took a lot of energy and a lot of heavy lifting to finally get them to understand exactly what you're saying. You're attaching new pipes to old pipes that are going to create issues down the road. And finally, they said yes to a total rebuild of our hospital here in St. Thomas, St. John district. So my strong recommendation is that you continue to push. And that I guess that this conversation is for our new president of the university, that we continue to push on getting a total rebuild, because that's what I'm hearing of the Reichhold Center for the Arts. Because to rebuild it without, addressing the old plumbing and those old electrical. And truth be told, you really don't know what all the issues are until you get in there. So I totally agree that a total rebuild, if we have a $20 million deficit, is going to make it difficult for us to move forward with this project. And not to mention the importance of the Reichel Center of the Arts. I mean, it's been 7 years that we have not been able to enjoy the Reichel Center of the Arts, and we know how important the arts are to this community. So my strong recommendation is that we continue to push on this and just ask directly for a total rebuild on this.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a yes out the gate, but we have to be a little more. I don't know how aggressive you've been on this, but we need to ramp this up.
Yeah. No, we have been very aggressive. Our physical plant, Ms. Washington, Ms. Lake King, before she retired, we have been very aggressive. We have Whit O'Brien working with us at different times, et cetera. But we have just not been able to get that determination that it is, as you said, a rebuild, or to get the determination that more of the costs that we have identified should be included. And what the weight has done is the cost of construction has gone up. Fortunately, we do have a contractor who is still committed to the project and is back starting the reconstruction. But what we're facing right now, unless there is some intervention that brings about a different result, is borrowing the $20 million.
All right. So we got some work to do.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that. Senator DeGraff, your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Dr. Hall, thank you for your service. I highly appreciate it. I'll give you an honorary Savant pass. Okay? So wherever you go in the world, and if they tell you from Jamaica, so that's your wife. You from Savant, USVI, okay? Good. I just trained some blows at, Madam Hall. Okay. Now, do you have a copy of the post auditor's report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, on page 10, where they have in regards to personal services, they have in the federal funding, they have filled positions 101 at $4,755,971. That can't be accurate, but do you have those numbers?
You're looking at Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Filled positions, number of filled positions, 101. Federal
Croix.
funding.
The 101 is St. Croix.
Okay, it says St. Thomas, St. John, 101. Federal funding, $4,755,000.
Yep. My document says on St. Croix, fill positions 101, St. Thomas, St. John, fill positions 188, for a total of 289. And then the federal funding comes to a total of $7,929,000, if that's what I have for Exhibit 6.
Oh, okay, you have were you talking about your actuals, is what you just gave to me, or from the post-audit report?
No, this is post-audit,
Okay,
since you brought me to that document.
okay, I have University of Virgin Islands, page 10, fiscal year 25 budget, Exhibit 6, St. Thomas, St. John, 101, $4,755,000. That's what I'm seeing.
Yes.
Okay, so St. Thomas, St. John, 101, $4,755,971? No?
No, St. Thomas, St. John is 188, $4,755,000.
I have a post-audit report showing me something different. Because the post-audit report for 2024, St. Thomas, St. John has 46 positions at $4,600,000.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get what are your total numbers of personnel?
Our total personnel overall is 453 positions.
453. Okay, so you are saying 289 in federal positions? St. Thomas, St. John?
That's what the post-audit report says. I can't verify that what they have here is.
Okay.
correct.
So it has, on the same Exhibit 6, filled local funding. The first slot. That's where St. Croix has 101, St. Thomas 188. That's what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, no, I'm looking at the
Okay.
federal funding. The federal funding, the next row over,
Yeah.
Yeah.
filled positions, St. Croix 63,
Yes. Correct.
St. Thomas, St. John 101.
Correct.
Okay, but in looking at the post-audit report for 24, which you don't have, but I'm looking at for the 24 budget, it says St. Thomas, St. John, 46 positions at 4,000,006. So you can't have 101 at 4,000,007 and 46 at 4,000,006. So, yeah, I'm trying to get accurate numbers on that.
Yeah. We can certainly provide you with our information, but the post-audit numbers, I just can't comment on.
Okay. Then you could send in your accurate numbers and the
Yes.
breakdown again for us, federal funding.
1 minute.
And things like that. Now, in the past, I've spoken to you in regards to, and it's for the new president coming forward, the RT Park. How much has the RT Park donated to the University of Virgin Islands?
Yep. The RT Park companies have contributed approximately 2.5 in restricted contributions that go into either scholarships or specific programs. It does not go into our operating budget because those are restricted dollars.
And like I told you from before, get them unrestricted because
I would love
the RT Park generates too much revenue to give the University of Virgin Islands of the United States Virgin Islands $2.5 million.
Yeah. I agree.
30 seconds.
I agree with you, Senator. Those discussions of making those contributions unrestricted has begun. I was not able to finalize that in my presidency, but I know the chairman of the RT Park board is going to be meeting with Dr. George and the new CEO of the RT Park to try to continue those discussions. So I agree with you.
Nothing less than $10 million is what we're asking for. Don't go low. We're going to highball them. Now, in regards to how many recruiters do you have? I think too many children are slipping through the cracks of the Virgin Islands and leaving the territory.
Yeah.
And as a, if I may continue, and as a higher learning institution, I don't have a college degree. I have a high school diploma I'm proud of. But I'm saying the University of Virgin Islands is an entity to make the mark. And I'm talking to you, but I'm telling the new president.
Sure.
Is what's supposed to make the mark going forward in the territory. And we allow so many to leave. We lose interest. We need recruiters in the school, University of the Virgin Islands, shirts, hats, pants, written on it that they're recruiters recruiting our students to come through this institution.
Yes. We have
So
three
we need that.
recruiters, and that's not enough. I would be the first to admit, and it goes back to the discussion we were having earlier. It's about funding. It's about having the available support so that we can have more recruiters who are constantly in the schools and constantly answering questions about free tuition and promoting that program.
Okay, so in closing, you said if anything, you need $1.1 million for the wage increases?
1.3.
1.3.
Don't take 200,000 from me.
No, because I'm saying
I'm kidding.
you're saying for the wage increases for the unionized employees.
No, for unionized and non-unionized.
Okay.
Our philosophy is if we're going to do it for the unionized, we should do it for the other staff and administrators
Then
as well.
in my calculation, you're lowballing again. It can be 1.3.
Well, that's what a 3% increase for our employees would come to.
Okay, so through the chair, once you send in the accurate numbers for us, then we look at it again, and then I'm going based off the post-auditor's report.
Yes.
So if your numbers are different to this, then you're lowballing. It should be more than that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, and let me take this opportunity to say good morning to the UVI family. Certainly good morning to Dr. Hall, Dr. Brathwaite, your secret weapon, as well as the Dr. George. Until the Madam Chair gets back, I will ask a few questions moving forward. In respect to attrition or separation, how many separation have you seen thus far from UVI over this last fiscal year?
That's an excellent question. I don't have that off the top of my head. We can provide that. I report that out to the board at each board meeting, and we can collect it for the entire year and share it with you. It's a combination of people who resign, those who retire, and those who are terminated. So through the chair, we can provide that for the entire year up to date.
Thank you very much. I appreciate getting that. Also, do you do attrition report to make a determination how many of those individuals or your employees will be eligible for retirement? What does that number look like?
We do an analysis of how many of those individuals have retired. We don't do a projection of how many individuals we anticipate retiring in the future, mainly because we really just don't have any way of knowing that for sure unless someone has declared that they are going to retire in the future.
So there is no base of years of service. You can't be able to get a glance from the years of service whether or not an individual, professor or employee may be slated for retirement.
No, because we do not have a mandatory retirement age for faculty or anyone else. We have employees who have served as much as 40, 45 years at the institution.
Yeah.
And then we have individuals who, retire after they've had 20 years with the university. So it's hard to predict in any accurate manner.
You don't see that leaving you in a quagmire? I mean, you have individuals that could just walk out on you at any given time. Is there an opportunity for you to be able to make a determination, a projection, so that you could be able to have that in your back pocket and be able to plan?
Yeah. Well, I would say for the most part, individuals who do plan to retire give us good notice, usually at 6 months. Sometimes people give us a year's notice that this will be their last year. Yeah. And that the 6 months to a year is sufficient in regards to recruiting a replacement. And I can't recall a time where individuals made that decision with little notice, like 1 day or 1 month or something of that sort, because it is something that they are planning on. If they are GERS employees, there's a lot of paperwork and they have to know information, so they start interacting with our HR office ahead of time.
So I wanted us to really start off by saying thank you for your tenure with the University of the Virgin Islands. Certainly, I've been at the legislature for 10 of those 15 years and have had the opportunity to work with you in terms of that partnership that you have mentioned. And prior to that, also in my profession with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the other 5 years have been able to engage you. So I think for all 15 years, we have had a very good working relationship. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So as you transition, have you prepared a transition report? What does it look like as you left seat, right seat, as you move on? What is that transition looking like?
Yeah, thank you. It's an excellent question. One of the things that I committed to the board in the beginning of this academic year as one of my presidential goals is that I would take the lead in developing a presidential transition document, and that required every component in the university to provide information based on a model that I provided, and all of the units complied. I then added a section to the document based on my experience and the things happening at the presidential level, my responsibilities, many of the organizations that I have to work with, and also the challenges that I feel the university is facing. That document was completed in March. It was turned over to incoming President George, and she has certainly had the opportunity to review that document. We have also had numerous meetings so that she can hear directly from me what I think the challenges are and providing information. In addition, she has met with individuals at the university to get her direct sense of them and what's happening in their particular areas. And there's been other information. We have worked together on a couple of searches that will be occurring and convene the search committees together. So I think there has been a very positive transition. As many of you know, I made the determination 2 years ago that I would not seek another 5 years, and so that has given the board and the university quite a bit of time to conduct a search, and I think have a very productive transition. So that's what we've been engaged in over the past year, but especially since Dr. George has been appointed appointed as the new president. There's been an even more intense involvement on her part to make this a very smooth transition.
Thank you for that response. In regard, you spoke about in your testimony about the dreams that have been realized in some instances, and of course, some that continue to be a work in progress. One of the dreams for me, of course, is the multipurpose center on St. Croix. Can you speak to where we're at with that, and if in fact there's any light at the end of the tunnel, or that we can see this dream come to reality?
Yeah. If there's a light, I'm not seeing it yet. That is a project, as I said earlier, that we've been working on for over 6 years. I think it's badly needed. Anytime we have graduation on St. Croix, I think it sends the message even more about how deprived that campus is for not having a similar type of facility, not to mention all of the other events and, as one of the senators said, the economic benefits that would come to St. Croix with having a similar facility as we have here. So we have been working with the VI Housing and Finance to secure the funding to start that project, and we just have not received traction to begin. Ms. Washington, as I was sitting here, made me aware that there's a meeting this week. So this Thursday, we are expecting that Ms. Washington will announce that we have received the green light to go forward. And but seriously, we are hoping that there will be a breakthrough on this project. It is one of those dreams. We identified that in my first year on the St. Croix campus. We had two major buildings that we wanted to start initially. One was an academic building for our College of Science and Math. We were able to work with the RT part to make that a reality. The other was the multipurpose facility. And yet, 15 years later, we still don't have it. We thought it was within our grasp when, right after the hurricanes, former Governor Mapp indicated that it had been assigned to us. That is, the CBDG funding had been assigned to us, and yet it still has not materialized. So I think it's going to require the collective advocacy of senators, the university, the governor, and others to make this dream become a reality.
Okay, well, we certainly on board, and we'd love to be a part of that discussion on that. The Innovative Center, again, I think it's one of those dreams come true that seems to be, doing its share of of coverage and utilization. Are we seeing the use of the Innovative Center as its maximum? Do we have other opportunities there that we're missing out on? Or how can we continue to fund that so that we could get better use or expanded use of the Innovative Center?
Yeah. And are you talking about the Innovation Center?
Innovation Center, I'm sorry, yes.
On St. Thomas?
Yes.
Well, since Dr. Worsey has been quiet as well, and in addition to being interim vice president, she oversees the Innovation Center. So I would ask her to answer your question.
That was the idea.
Good morning, Dr. Pamela Molina-Worsey. Yes, we have seen quite a bit of use of the 13D UVI Research and Strategy Innovation Center. We host community events like the Math Counts competition, lots of VIDE events. We've hosted the Juvenile Justice Department, and they had a wonderful innovation day where they learned how to 3D print, work some of the power tools in the innovation lab, as well as learn about beekeeping and a culinary session as well. They learned how to cook some healthy snacks. So we host lots of community events, but we also host UVI faculty, staff, and student events as well. We've had the second annual business leadership lecture, which comes around every spring, and we had a fantastic speaker, David Roberts of Singularity University. So we invite not just UVI faculty, staff, and students, but the community as well to come down and see what's going on. And my highlight of one of the student visits was a middle school student that walked in and his eyes just opened. He said, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know we had something like this here." Yeah. That's exactly what I want the response to be.
Yeah. And in regards to that, a follow-up, are we seeing the level of return on investment? Are we seeing opportunities to be able to, continue to grow that financially, or all these events are for free, or what's happening in that space?
No, we are encouraging the use of the facility for a small fee. But we also invite partners to come and lease space in the Innovation Center. If you want to live among us, we invite the business community to do that. One of the things that we ask, though, is that you be a partner and involve UVI students in some way. It could be offering internships, it could be employing them, it could be doing workshops for the faculty, staff, students, and the community. So we don't just want somebody to come and pay us rent, we want a partner to come and help to engage our students in professional development.
Thank you for that. Dr. Hall, you spoke about the School of Agriculture and also the partnership that's being developed with the Fresh Food Coalition.
Fresh Ministries.
Fresh Ministries. And of course, I also want to thank Dr. Alison Degazan for her work in that space as well. But are you assuming or taking over the Fresh Ministries there, and that's going out of business, or what's happening? What's that whole conversation like?
Yes, thank you for that question. Fresh Ministries has decided, because of the demands that they have internationally, to to move out of the territory. And yet they wanted what they had started with aquaponics and greenhouses to continue in the territory. And so they, I think, first approached the Department of Agriculture because the facility needed some upgrades. The Department of Agriculture had a grant, so they are going to invest through the grant $1 million in enhancing the facilities that exist there. Because of the intervention of former Senator and Dr. Degazan, she was able to encourage Fresh Ministries to convey their interests in these facilities to the university. So there have been extensive negotiations. The agreement has been signed by the other parties. I am the last one who needs to sign, and therefore I plan to sign it today. The property that it sits on, of course, will remain with the Department of Agriculture, but all of the facilities, once the funds have been, the grant funds have been conveyed to Fresh Ministries to do the upgrade, The property will be conveyed, the facilities will be conveyed to the university. The commitment we're making is not just to work with the Department of Agriculture to utilize the facility, but if farmers and others want to be trained in regards to aquaponics and hydroponics, then we are committing to make this a community facility as well, and that is the goal of Fresh Ministries. And I am delighted that our School of Agriculture will be the caretakers of this project that they started, but for whatever reasons, not being able to continue.
Thank you for that response. And what's the benefit of the assets coming to the University of the Virgin Islands?
Well, as I said earlier, we have an aquaponics facility on campus, which we had been without since the hurricane. So this will now, and that's where a lot of research occurs. The benefit will be now there will be a facility where farmers can be trained on if they are interested in aquaponics.
Yeah, what I was trying to do was get a price tag on the assets coming to you.
Yes.
There. I know significant.
Yes. The original investment was $1.9 million by Fresh Ministries. The Department of Agriculture, as I said, will invest $1 million to upgrade it. So with depreciation and everything, I would assume it's still a $2.5 million or $2 million asset that is now coming to the university.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, you want me to just finish off my round, or how you want to?
I'm not sure whether or not did you put 5 minutes on the clock, or
No, I was using the benefit of the chair.
That's fine.
I thought the same thing.
Senator Francis Jr., you recognize your 5 minutes. That's
Thank
fair.
you. You learned something after being here for 10 years. Use the benefit of the chair. Thank you.
I saw that.
So we'll get to the budget questions at this point. Once again, good morning.
Good morning.
And welcome. And in terms of vendors payment, how much do you owe in vendors payments at this time? Do you have any deltas, delinquency in your vendors payment?
Not any major ones that I'm aware of, no.
The university is all paid up to date?
Well, I'm sure there's a vendor who will see this and say they've sent in their invoice and haven't received it. But as a major issue, I don't think we are behind. Some of the challenges we do have is some of the grants require us to put funds out first, and then we get reimbursed, which does create some slowdown at times. The contractor with for the medical school buildings, which again, I want to encourage all of you to attend. I believe you have already confirmed to be there. They certainly have an invoice that came in recently that we need to pay, but not as a major problem. We aren't behind.
Okay. And in terms of philanthropic benefits, how much have you seen or received during FY24? Is there any projection for FY25?
Yes, we can get an up-to-date report from our Vice President for Institutional Advancement, who gives reports on a regular basis as to what we have in hand. We are a little ahead of what we brought in last year. The board imposes a goal for fundraising every year. It was $4 million last year, and it is 4.5, I think, this year. And Interim VP Molinar Worthy will give you the up-to-date figures.
Yes, Pam Molinar Worthy. To date, our total contributions for this fiscal year stands at $4,025,960.
Thank you for that. Okay. Any judgment, litigations, anything against the University of the Virgin Islands?
Certainly no judgments. There are few long-standing litigation matters that our legal counsel is handling, but nothing out of the ordinary.
What is the mechanism or the instrument that you use to gauge your effectiveness? Do you deploy in terms of performance? Do you have key performance indicators? What is the instrument that you use?
Yes, we have key performance indicators that we report out to the board at every meeting, and some of them are constant, but each meeting requires us to report out on different aspects of our operation, some related to students, others finances, others even community involvement. So that is number one, the key performance indicators that we track. Our research entity of the university, the Department of Research, institutional research, tracks all of that information on a regular basis. One of the unique factors or initiatives we have is what we call the UVI Next process, which requires every unit, administrative and academic, to come before the UVI Next task force, and they are assessed on their performance on a number of areas. This is a very extensive report because we can't review every program every year. There's a 5-year cycle, so that every program has to come before this body every 5 years. And if they're not performing at the level that we think they should, I chair that task force. They are placed on what we call strict scrutiny, which means they have to come back to us sooner.
1 minute.
And show us that they have addressed the various issues that we have put before them. So the key performance indicators coupled with the UVI Next process is our way of trying to make sure we are assessing and measuring the performance of units within the institution.
Thank you. In the 1 minute that remains, I know that the governor had sent down a decrease of $2.2 million. I will certainly advocate for that to be maintained. And I know that you mentioned about the 1.3 for salary increases. But I wanted to ask you, what about this budget that gives you reason for pause?
The budget that the governor set down or the one that I'm proposing?
The overall budget that you have in terms of getting the work done on the behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. Anything about this budget that keeps you up at night and give you reason for concern?
Yeah.
30 seconds.
I would say even with the generosity of this body, which is, as you just said, to not accept the governor's reduction, even with the 1.3 in salary increases, there are still other needs that the university has. For example, our enrollment area needs an infusion of additional staff and other initiatives that would allow them to really be aggressive in the marketplace, more recruiters, as Senator DeGraff inquired about. This budget does not include additional funds for marketing, and that is one of the things that we really need to work on. UVI has one of the most compelling stories in a university, and we have to more sophisticatedly tell that story, not just locally, but nationally. And it's hard to tell that story when you don't have a marketing unit, when you don't have funds that are directed exclusively to marketing, because that's what our competitors are doing. So that bothers me. I also feel that even with a salary increase, which is needed, that there are certain areas in the university that we really have to raise salaries in order to be competitive. You have raised in the past the nursing situation. That is a real one because we have such a turnover in that area. And it's not because we don't have wonderful students to teach, or now with the nursing building coming online, it's not because we don't have wonderful facilities, it's because of salaries. And so that's something that concerns me. Our student affairs leaders argue all the time that they need more resources so that the residence halls can be made nicer, so that they can be able to do other facilities. So I could go on and on. We attempted not to bring all of those things to the table, knowing how challenging the financial situation is of the local government. So we have been very conservative, but there are a lot of things that trouble me about the budget. And to get to the core of your question, many of those things could keep me up at night, but I try to sleep well in order to be able to deal with those challenges. And after a couple of days, I'm going to sleep even better because Dr. George will have to deal with those issues. But thank you for your question, Senator, because there are still a lot of other unmet needs that the university faces.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your response. Thank you for the leniency and time. You know, one of the positive during last Friday when we had the hospital, the Wang Louis Hospital before us in regards to the nursing program, one of the goose pimple moments was that the fact that they have hired 21 of our nurses locally graduate. So that was definitely a proud moment for me sitting in the chambers and hearing that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. And I, too, want to echo my sentiments about how proud we are with the nurses that are graduating from the university. I had the fortunate, but still unfortunate experience to see the work of the nurses, the University of the Virgin Islands graduate nurses in operation at the Roy Snyder Hospital, as my mother was recently hospitalized. And I'm telling you, they are absolutely awesome. They know what they're doing, they care, and it is very obvious that the work that they've done or required to do at the university has really, really helped them to be a step above the rest. They are absolutely awesome. At least those that I've came in contact with, the university should be very proud of the work that those nurses are doing. When you get a chance, come through at the hospital. It's real, the work that they're doing. So I have to really commend the university for its work. I want to just step out and say, just based on what I saw, we have one of the best, if not the best, nursing program in the country.
Thank you.
I believe we do.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
But let's get back to these numbers. So I'm looking at the post-audit report. And let me just recognize the presence of Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Thank you, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, Senator Gittins. And I'm seeing that, and I'm hoping that this information is not up to date, but I'm seeing that a number of your appropriations for fiscal year 24 has not been released. I'm seeing the appropriation for the Small Business Center, senior citizen tuition, I mean, on and on and on. Green technology, university bound, senior reserve training. Is that accurate? I mean, the majority of them have not been released.
I don't believe these are accurate. What happens is that we receive a monthly allotment. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay. We receive a monthly allotment, and it is up to us to distribute them to the various programs. So I don't think this is up to date.
Actually, I'm looking at the wrong page, page 9.
Page 9.
It's showing that unallotted to date. And this information is actually as of June 11 of 2024. So, Ms. Washington, if you can give us an update as to whether or not these funds have been released.
Hi, good morning, Narita Washington. So I just want to echo what Dr. Hall was indicating. So we have been receiving our allotments from the Department of Finance, and so we were pretty much up to date as of June 2024. The funding that is received is not itemized. It is just the amount, which is the 3.2 million per month. So this would then have to be divided and put into those accounts.
Okay, so let me understand this. So based on the appropriations on Act number 8765, what we do is we break down each amount. So in fiscal year 24, we appropriated $38.9 million. So are you getting that money on a monthly basis?
So we were up until June 2024. And so we just recently received a notice that we have a 5% reduction in the appropriation for the rest of the fiscal year for the last quarter. So it's about $500,000 or a little less than $500,000 that will be reduced from the university's $38 million budget.
That's what, 5%?
For that quarter, just for that quarter.
So did you receive correspondence from the Office of Management and Budget?
We did.
Saying that you are going to see a reduction in your appropriation?
For the last quarter, correct.
And how much is that reduction?
It says UVI will have a 5% reduction of $481,949.78 to your fourth quarter monthly fiscal year
So it's not-
2024 budget.
So it's not an overall reduction, it's just your reduction for the last quarter.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could just add to what Ms. Washington had said, there was a period during this fiscal year where we were not receiving our allotments. We were I think at one point 4 months behind. But thankfully, the allotments have caught up except for the month of July.
Okay.
So that we did have some challenges during this fiscal year because of the delay in the allotments, but things have really improved in the last few months.
So basically the delay in allotments were basically tied to the fact that the government is, I don't want to use the word was, but is experiencing cash flow challenges. So
Right.
entity like yours, you receive a hard check for your allotments, correct? So hence the reason for the delay. But another reason why you're now seeing, and I'm a little shocked that it's just tied to the fourth quarter allotment, the reduction in your allotments is because we are seeing reflected in the revenues that we're generating, give or take some $90 million reduction for fiscal year 24. And there were two things that were tied to that. So as we built the FY24 budget, we gave consideration for a disaster recovery projects that we would see taxes, gross receipts, corporate taxes, et cetera, as a result of these projects coming online. We have not really seen that, as we note that the projects are moving very slowly to come online. And there was something else, and it totally slipped my mind. But there were two things. So hence the reason for the reduction. So we moved legislation that said that we're asking the government, because we want to remove the challenges that we have with the structural deficit that we continue to see mounting year on year. So we moved legislation that required the executive branch to submit to the legislature a plan around the $90 million reduction. The other thing was the fact that we actually built the budget with a $30 million infusion from the ARPA funds. So we're not sure if they've already chewed that up and figured out how they will apply for those funds to come into the supporting the general fund deficit as a result of the revenue challenges that we're experiencing. So we're waiting to figure out what that looks like now. It's my hope that come this month that's coming, that we'll see that the property taxes have ramped up. Because when we looked at the income taxes that were filed in April, we didn't really see the benefits that we thought we would see from that. So that's the reason why we are challenged. And I think it's so important for us to share it with the community, because a lot of times, the community doesn't really understand what's happening with, why things are not moving, why vendors are not getting paid, et cetera. I think it's so important to have this conversation. And that conversation should really be coming from the executive branch and not necessarily here, because our job is to appropriate the funds. If the revenues are not aligning, then you say it, and then we make the necessary adjustments. So that's the reason why, and that's the other reason why you're seeing a reduction. I think the executive branch is erring on the side of caution when it comes to the 2025 budget. But it's our hope that we will truly see 7 years later these projects coming online, because we really need to. I mean, how do we tell the university that we're cutting their budget? How do we tell the courts that we're cutting their budgets? And all the other agencies the work that they're doing, human services, our Department of Education, we're seeing a lot of that. So, we have to figure out how to do the dance on this. So, you're not being targeted if that's,
I was aware of that.
Okay.
But it still hurts.
I know. I mean, we also get a hit on this end. We got a hit as well. So, but let me ask you, annually, let me not ask you annually. What did you generate in revenues in fiscal year 24? What do you project? What have you generated, and what are you projecting to generate? Because as I look at your page 7, you've laid out your operating requirements, and then you laid out all of your, funding that you receive from this side of the house, and other funding. And you're saying that overall your but your expenses total some $40.3 million. So what are you generating in income? In revenues, not income per se. 40.3.
Right, Washington. So as we look at the revenues for the fiscal year, we look at the tuition, roughly about $11 million. We look at the appropriations from this body. We look at government grants and contracts, just a little over $1 million. Private grants and contracts that also come in. Our estimate is about $1.7 million. And of course, we have sales and services, auxiliaries at the institution that generate about $4.5 million. And so with some other grants or contracts of about $300,000, so we anticipate that collectively we have about $48 million in revenues coming into the university.
See, you sure you want to say that? Because if you're saying
But I mean, it includes the appropriations.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're saying 48 million and you're saying that your general operating requirements, your medical school, your debt service, and your miscellaneous is 40.2, then you have an $8 million dance. Right?
But we have other, not to cut her off, we have other expenditures besides that has to be covered by this.
So we're going to need to get from you a clear picture of what your overall expenses are. And I'm going to tell you why. So as I look at the page 7 and the post-audit report, as it relates to the grants that you get, you call it a grant, the appropriations that you get from the legislature in particular. I always wondered, so there's a hard number that you receive, but what we have not received from the university over time is what are you actually expending in these categories? Mm-hmm. And that's important information for us, particularly in a time like this where we are challenged with coming up with all of the revenues that we want to see to ensure that we are able to balance the budget. So do you have that information? You don't have to provide it today,
Sure.
but it is a request that we're going to ask that you provide us, because we want to see if these dollars are being expended as they are being appropriated. Because if they're not, then you guys need to give us some recommendations as to how we could make a shift, particularly with what's really important to you. Mm-hmm. The areas that are critically important, because we need to, it's brief swell that we continue to increase your budget, but realistically, is not something that we could really do. So we need to know how you're spending these dollars and whether or not you're maximizing all of the dollars that's being appropriated.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask a request to come back to this committee.
Yes, we can provide that. That is provided to the board as it relates to each of these programs, and so we can provide
Okay,
that.
good. And what would you consider as the amount of vacancies you have?
Do you have that exact number?
Right now, as far as vacancy, we are looking at approximately about 59 positions.
Ooh. And they're funded? 59 funded vacancies?
That's correct.
And what are we going to have to take a break because the stenographer has to change? But very quickly, just tell us, what are you doing to recruit? What are your recruiting efforts?
Well, those positions are advertised. There have been, and I would say the reason those numbers are a little high is that I have been watching, excuse me, the bottom line to make sure we end up with a balanced budget. So we've been slowing down in our hiring so that we can do that.
Okay.
Other vacancies is a product of them not being funded at a level where the department can go out, excuse me, I apologize for my voice, to go out and hire with the existing funds that are there. So it's a combination of those factors as to why the vacancy number is so high.
All right. Well, thank you for your response. We're going to have to take a quick, I would say, 3-minute break so we can change our stenographer. And when we come back, we're going to recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins for his 5 minutes. The committee stands in recess for 3 minutes. DeGraff, what was the last thing that the committee is back on the record, and I'm going to now recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittens for his 5 minutes. You're recognized, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. Initially, I was going to say I wouldn't need the 5 minutes. The 5 minutes would have been determined based on your responses, Mr. President. However, in the recess, so many other things came to mind. So I thank you, Madam Chair. But I first, too, would like to thank you for your leadership and all that you have done for the University of the Virgin Islands and our community as a whole. And I want to tell you publicly, like I just told you, don't forget about us because you are a Virgin Islander now. Having spent 15 years or more here. So please, wherever you go, remember this is home.
It is, and I have no intentions to disconnect
All
from
right.
this place.
Great, great. Well, he has to spread his wings, so we understand that. So I was listening to some of your testimony in transit from St. Croix and as I got off the plane and whatnot. And one of the things that escaped your testimony, I believe, and if I am wrong, you can correct me, but safety and security is so important. In addition to, of course, your curriculum and all that's going on the campus. But I will not sleep well tonight if I didn't remind us of that deadly 2013 incident on the campus on St. Croix, which brought me to ask specifically about some of your safety and security enhancements, your future plans for that, and where is it in the budget if you have addressed those that matter.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for that question. I agree with you. Safety and security is very important to us. One of the things that we have prioritized is when we've had budget cuts, excuse me, whether we wanted them or not, we have protected our public safety area as one of the areas that would not be cut because we did not want to jeopardize the safety and security of our students. We have been able to enhance our surveillance on both campuses. Some of it has come from our operating budget. Others have come from grants and other support that has come from either the federal government or because of the hurricanes, et cetera. And that is really paying off. It's not just paying off for our community, but paying off for the broader government. You may be aware that about a month or so ago, there was this shooting on the highway next to Brewers at one of the truck stops there. Someone, unfortunately, was killed.
What an unfortunate welcoming for our incoming president.
Yes, exactly. However, the reason I'm raising it, excuse me, again, is that our security office was able to work with VIPD and was able to provide the camera footage that we have for that area, but also for other parts of the campus where individuals were trying to get away.
Excellent.
And that partnership is very good. There's a camera surveillance connected to the Innovation Center that we talked about earlier that captured who was going in that direction and coming away from that direction right after that incident. So that information was provided to VIPD. I hope it will be beneficial to them in their attempt to secure the individuals who engaged in that heinous act.
Excellent. But don't sell yourself short. You now have law enforcement, full law enforcement officers on your campus, correct?
Yes, we do have individuals on St. Croix and on St. Thomas.
Okay, and I wouldn't ask you your numbers, just asking you in your assessments or whatever that you would increase those numbers and ensure
1 minute.
that we're able to add to that, okay? So I wouldn't ask you on record your numbers at this time. But also you have, what is that program we were working on several years ago with the emergency call boxes on the campuses? Are they operable?
They are.
They are?
Yes.
Okay, we do have them both, St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Correct.
All right, these are the emergency call boxes. So good. You have a chief for both districts or in each district?
We have a chief for both districts. We have a new chief on St. Croix, someone who was hired probably a year ago or in November. So we have chiefs now on both campuses.
Have they been able to provide you with any assessments
30 seconds.
Yes, especially the new chief on St. Croix, because he's coming into or came into a new environment.
So who are these phantom chiefs? I mean, the public needs to know. We need to know.
They're not phantom. Joel White is the chief of security on St. Croix.
Good.
Theodore Glassford is the chief on St. Thomas. He is the one who VIPD reached out to first.
Tell me those names again.
Okay. Theodore Glassford on St. Thomas. Joel White on St. Croix.
Okay, and hopefully we'll be able to see these faces and hear their voices speaking on the safety and security. Let's go quickly. We only have seconds. Other than tuition and government funding, what are some other revenues that you get into the university?
Well, we get revenue from tuition. We have the indirect costs that comes from the grants that we bring in, especially the federal grants. As I mentioned earlier, our foundation for the University of the Virgin Islands make a subvention every year to the university. Unfortunately, they are not going to be able to be as aggressive this year and next year as they have been in the past, but that's a major source of support. And then our auxiliaries, like the bookstore, the...
Time.
Good. And one of the other revenue generating area, may I, Madam Chair, another revenue generating area that you may have would be through the dormitories, correct?
Yes.
So what's the capacity in both districts, respectively?
Yeah, I think 350 on St. Thomas, normally about 90 on St. Croix. However, for this coming year, because of the wind retrofit project that FEMA and VITEMA are funding, which will improve the quality of those facilities, we will not be able to try to house 90. We're aiming for 42 so that half of those residence halls can be upgraded as a product of this VITEMA FEMA grant, and then we'll flip it so that the others can.
Good. Let me welcome Ms. Sophia George, whom I had the opportunity to grow up with on St. Croix. Welcome. Mm-hmm. We're looking forward to not only increasing this 90 on St. Croix, but we're also looking forward to making sure that we finally get that multi-purpose center built on St. Croix. The South dormitories on St. Thomas, I'm told, suffered some water damage recently, and I understand there was some construction going on throughout the summer. Will those dorms be ready for this fall?
My understanding is that they will. There are some residence halls that do need some repairs, even after we do what you just mentioned. I think there needs to be a major investment in addition to the wind retrofit grant to bring the residence halls to another level. We only have one residence hall on St. Thomas that's air conditioned, a part of this wind retrofit.
So speaking to that, the Virgin Islands, sorry to cut you off, the Virgin Islands Energy Office just received about $63 million from the U.S. Department of Energy. You need to tap in there and see what assistance you could get related to your energy costs there. And just let me say thank you again for your hard work and dedication. You've met some of your goals. I'm pretty sure you didn't meet some, but to no fault of yours. And your leadership has certainly impacted the university and our Virgin Islands community, and I wish you much success in your future endeavors as you sail on into retirement, hopefully.
It won't be retirement, but I will sail.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to your wife as well, because behind every good man is and I wouldn't say the ladies will finish it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure why you wouldn't say it. All right. Colleagues, we're going to go to a rapid round. And based on what I'm seeing right now, we're going to start with Senator DeGraff. One burning question. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to bank accounts, the post-audit report on page 24 has 5 bank accounts, totaling beginning balance, ending as of March 31st, 2024, 11,175,361.49. How many bank accounts do you have?
I think these are
5?
all of them.
Okay, because in the 24 budget post-auditor's report, again, you don't have that with you right now. There are 9 bank accounts. So do you have a first bank operating bank account? A first bank 2 operating, number 7409, number 2096. Do you have those? Okay, because they aren't listed on these 5.
Yes, we do. We have
Okay,
the
so
UVI operating and the savings and the UVI operating.
Okay, then you have a first bank restricted, 8478. Okay, so
Correct.
that's not listed also out of these 5. So these are part of the total 9. So what is your ending balance right now of your total bank accounts?
In our last statement, but I have a copy of July 16th. And we have about about $7 million.
About 7 or?
Yeah, there's a little more. Some of it is for the payroll. So we have a payroll account that's 7312. If you're looking at the numbers you have.
7312, correct.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
payroll. And so what we do is we put money in there so that when the direct deposits and the checks and so forth, that money is removed. So when we're looking at it, we're looking at about between the 2 of operating and payroll, we have about 7.8 million in the bank.
Okay, and so then if I could get a breakdown as to your bank accounts, the totals, and how are they spent? What are they used for? Through the chair. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
We'll provide that for you.
All right, so what's your biweekly payroll?
Again?
Biweekly payroll expense?
That the 1.5? It's about 1.5 million every biweekly.
All right. So $3 million a month, give or take. All right. Let's see, Senator Blyden, do you have a burning question? I'm certain if he's still on Teams. Okay, I'm not seeing him. Senator Carrion, do you have a burning question? Okay, so Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In regards to the issue with the CDBG grant funding, you have any recommendations, suggestions, how we're able to close the delta, the loop that continues to create some challenges for you in respect to that? Or, perhaps if you could just talk about some of the work that you have done with the stakeholders to make sure that we're addressing that. Having access to that funding, I think, is tremendous in us being able to move some of these capital projects forward. So what is being done within that space to drive that issue home with HFA?
Well, presently for CBDG funding, excuse me, the only one that has been earmarked for us has been the multipurpose center, which we've on St. Croix, which we have talked about. We had made requests for or identified other types of projects, but they never made it to being a project assigned to us. The funding that we were talking about earlier related to FEMA funding coming in because of the hurricanes, and that's where we're seeing this major delta, especially as it relates to the RICO Center.
And what is being done? I mean, is there an opportunity for us to be able to close that delta? I would imagine that you have exhausted. You have someone that's specifically assigned to this task to make sure that it's followed through and carried out?
Yeah, well, Ms. Washington is our lead, but I have been involved in these discussions with ODR, with FEMA representatives, with O'Brien, et cetera. And so far, we have not been able to get that delta closed. And as I said before, the board is of the opinion, and this came from a request from the administration, that we have to borrow because RICO has to be rebuilt. We cannot wait until others identify. If we can identify other funding, then we can not have to borrow, or we'll be reimbursed for whatever we have expended. But that's the only path that we have been able to identify. ODR is aware of this delta. We've asked them to do whatever they can to help us address it. But right now, nothing has come forward. We are going to continue to seek potential grants. Our Vice President for Institutional Advancement is working with her staff at RICO to see if there are some educational grants that we might be able to receive that might cover the sound and light equipment, and then we can train students in that facility. So we are exploring those aspects, but I think there's, if we were to wait until we had identified the funding before we started again, my fear is that we may be waiting a long time before RICO is back up. I had hoped that before I stepped down as president, that facility would be back. That's another one of the things I regret. But we need to move forward, and we have the green light to move forward, and we have the board support to borrow if we need to in order to make it happen.
Thank you, Dr. Hall, for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. I am certain that we have not exhausted all of our questions, but we do have to wrap up today. Let me ask you quickly, Dr. Hall. I know that you shared with us, you've sent us an invitation for the ribbon cutting of the medical school. That's tomorrow, correct?
That is correct.
So what else is it going to take to stand up the medical school here in the territory?
Yeah. It is going to take operating funds, because that is what has been the weakness before. The Liaison Committee for Medical Education, before granting preliminary accreditation, wants to feel confident that the medical school has reserve funds and ongoing funds that will ensure that the medical school is financially viable. The facilities that you will see tomorrow and that some of you have seen on St. Croix are top-notch, first class, and that's going to be an impressive part of our application again. But without having more operating funds in reserve and some ongoing commitments, we will not be successful again. I also think, because this is a public institution, having this body, having the governor in the next application affirm that they will not, or that you will not allow this institution to go under if it is allowed to be open, will be a very, very positive message that will help with obtaining preliminary accreditation. I think the donor community in the Virgin Islands and outside of the Virgin Islands, which have provided support so far, have to provide additional support as well. Those are the key things. There is some legislation that we have lobbied for in Congress that has been sponsored, and our delegate has signed on as one of the sponsors, that would provide funding for medical schools started at minority serving institutions, and HBCUs fall in that category, or medical schools in rural areas. If that legislation gets some momentum behind it and is passed, that would be a wonderful source of some of this additional funding that is needed. So those are the various things that I think can solve this missing piece of the puzzle so that this dream can become a reality.
All right. Okay. Okay, so we are going to close today's meeting with the University of the Virgin Islands. And I know last fiscal year, Dr. Hall, when you closed the meeting, you said to us that that meeting was your last meeting. But by the evidence of Dr. George being here, this meeting is your last meeting. Right? And of course, you know how I feel about the work that you've done with that piece of legislation that I sponsored around the agricultural plan. And I am so grateful for your leadership on that particular project. And because of your leadership, we were really able to move the ag plan. So you know how I feel about that, because many times we move legislation and there's extreme difficulty with implementation. But because of your leadership, we're seeing the fruits of our labor. We just need to get the council members on and moving so we could get the work done. So I too want to lend my voice, and I feel like I've said this is going to be my third time. I said it last fiscal year. I said it at the new, what's the name of the hotel? I don't call it Frenchman's Reef, because that's what I know it as. The Westin. I said it there, and I'm going to say it again. I too want to lend my voice to saying that I really appreciate your leadership at the University of the Virgin Islands, and most definitely you have left your brand. You have done significant work to advance the University of the Virgin Islands, and there's no doubt that our new president has her job to do and to continue to lift up the university and make it a more progressive institution. So as much work that has been done, there is a lot more work to do. And I always say to folks, when they look at how things are in the Virgin Islands, I say just like it on to cleaning your dressing table. You clean it at 10 o'clock in the morning, you go back by 1 o'clock, and you do this, and there's dust. So there's always more work to do. So I want to congratulate you and your family for particularly Dr. Braithwaite Hall for supporting us significantly, supporting your work, and in turn, her work. Definitely supported the University of the Virgin Islands. But we are going to miss your leadership. Please don't be a stranger to us. And of course, you have a good team. You're leaving behind, or you're leaving us with a good team. We didn't hear from my sister, Dr. McHale, today, and Dr. Molinar. We didn't hear from both of them today, but we know that the university is being left in good hands. And I'm always here to help. And I think that, I know that we are going to see more progress at the university as the years go by. And of course, the legislature is always in support of the work. But before we close, I need for you to, I did ask Ms. Washington to give me an update on the revenues that you generate. So I would like for you to send that back to us in writing. So that's a through the chair request. You will get it in writing. I think there were about 4 requests that we asked for today. We will send that to you in writing so you could send it back to the committee. This is your last time. For no, in this rule. So we are looking forward to hearing from the Virgin Islands Police Department, as they are also up for defending their 2025 budget. The Committee on Budget, no, you have to give you a close. How we could let you not close? If you close so much time, I forget to close, then you get close. So we're going to allow you Usually I give a 30-second close. I'm going to give you a minute close. Yeah. We know how you're going to be. We're going to give you a minute close, as
Well,
this should be your last, will be
Yeah.
your last budget hearing as president of the University of the Virgin
Yeah.
Islands.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief as well and won't use the full minute. I believe that when a person becomes president, the Lord provides a portion of words and a portion of voice. And you can tell by my voice breaking that I have run out of what the Lord gave me, and which is why I am stepping down. But I have been honored to use my voice to advocate for this university, especially before this body. And it has been the highest professional honor that I've had in my life. And I am just thankful to this community and thankful to this body for supporting this very, very special university. I am going on a year's sabbatical, and then I will be a professor in our PhD program on creative leadership. So I look forward to contributing in a different type of way. And I know that this university will continue to grow and expand and do great things for this community. And so this is my last as president of the university. But for some reason, the chair of this committee will have me back here on Thursday, my first day off, as providing testimony for the local food and farm council. So I wish I was really leaving out of this door for the last time providing testimony, but you will see me back here on Thursday. But I just, again, from the depths of my heart, want to thank all of you for your care, love, and support of the University of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
And thank you. It's too bad we didn't time him. Thank you. And I do see that you have, yes, I see that you have some of your other supporting team members in the chambers with us today. So we also want to thank you for all that you do at the University of the Virgin Islands, and we're going to ask you publicly to support our new president in the very same way that you supported Dr. Hall. She's going to need it. She's a sister, and we want to make sure that she have all the same courtesies that we gave to President Hall and his team. So we just want to thank you for all that you've done. And know, Dr. George, that we will be here to support you in all that you do. All right. The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance stands in recess. Let me see what time it is. Stands in recess. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read block number 2 into the record?
Block 2, VI Police Department. Invited testifier, Lieutenant Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner, VI Police Department. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Police Department family. Good afternoon to my colleagues and to the listen and viewing audience. This afternoon, as you heard, we're going to hear from the Virgin Islands Police Department as they defend their 2025 budget request that was submitted by the Chief Executive of the Territory. What I'm going to ask is that the Acting Commissioner, Mr. Lieutenant Mario Brooks, please put your name and title on the record, and then to my right, your left, you put your names and title on the record, then we'll go to the other side. I think so we're going to go all the way around, and then we're going to come all the way back and go on the other side. So we're going to start with you, Acting Commissioner. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon to the listening good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon to the listening audience of the United States Virgin Islands. I am Acting Commissioner of Virgin Islands Police Department, Mario Brooks.
Good afternoon. Jason Marsh, Deputy Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Dwayne Richards, HR Director.
Good afternoon. Didier Hughes III, Acting Director of Facilities, Management, and Properties.
Good afternoon. Sean Santos, Chief of Police on the St. Croix District.
Good afternoon. Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District.
Good afternoon. Sandra Webster, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. Florence Clarescent, Director of Federal Grants.
Good afternoon. Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good afternoon. Daphne O'Neill, Director of Office of Highway Safety. It's not? Oh, okay. Good afternoon. Daphne O'Neill, Director of Office of Highway Safety.
Good afternoon. Kishana Tu, the Director of Information Systems.
Do you have anyone on the island of St. Croix?
No, Senator, I do not.
All right. Are you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, Senator, I am.
You may proceed.
Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, esteemed listeners and viewers, citizens of the United States Virgin Islands, good afternoon. I am Mario Brooks, the Acting Commissioner. I am Mario Brooks, Acting Commissioner of the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. It is an honor to be here today to participate in this vital process. I'm particularly pleased to be accompanied by the VIPD's executive team, a group of exceptional professionals who are prepared to provide thorough and transparent information as we discuss the department's fiscal year 2025 budget. VIPD's recommended fiscal year 2025 general fund budget is $74,360,767, with personnel being at $40,662,452, fringe at $15,151,536, supplies at $4,486,641, other services $11,941,822, utilities at $2,111,316, and capital outlay at $7,000. There are also special allocations included: the Police Athletic League, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix at $40,000 apiece per district, St. Thomas St. Joy Weed and Seed Program at $90,000, and St. Croix Weed and Seed Program at $90,000. The consent decree at $1,826,694. Crime Stoppers at $100,000. Additionally, the department is set to receive an appropriation of $3 million from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to support the VIPD Tourism-Oriented Policing Initiative and overtime during carnival activities. The budget also includes non-appropriated funds of $405,355 for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Fund and $6,716,242 is anticipated from federal funds. We received $18,768,468 in ARPA funding in 2023. As of today's date, we have expended $13,764,427. We have $3,166,492 pending in payment, with $1,837,548 remaining. With ARPA funding, we acquired 157 vehicles to modernize our aging fleet. These vehicles were retrofitted locally, thus supporting the local economy. While the majority of the vehicles are now operational, some were delayed for several months due to the lack of availability of the specialized equipment required for the retrofit. The vendor has committed to making this their priority as equipment becomes available. The department is currently involved in a federal investigation involving ARPA funding. Please note that the VIPD is fully cooperating in this matter, and as it is an open federal investigation, we cannot comment further on the matter. We plan to utilize $24,793,559 in federal grants to supplement the general fund. The United States Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Program continues to fund the personnel costs of new police officers. The 2020 COPS grant of $2,144,180 funded the salaries of 12 police officers who will be retained by the department as stipulated in the grant award. The VIPD has also accumulated $1,070,000 in Operation Stone Garden grant funding from the United States Department of Homeland Security, which supports our work with local and federal agencies to intercept illegal trafficking and drugs and persons. To date, Stone Garden funding has allowed for $468,110 in overtime reimbursements and the purchase of a patrol vessel for the St. Thomas Shendan District at $377,335. Due to natural disasters and issues along the southwestern United States border, federal funding was redirected, resulted in the department receiving only $100,000 in 2021 Stone Garden funding and $85,000 in both 2022 and 2023. The department also received $106,610 in Homeland Security grant funds for tactical equipment, another $50,000 in Homeland Security grant funds to assist with the upcoming election process, $1.5 million from the United States Department of Interior Office of Insular Affairs for the expansion of surveillance cameras, $85,830 for the Maintenance Assistance Program, Specialized Equipment, Tools, and Training Project, $2 million for the Real-Time Crime Center Project, $532,234 from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission in FY 2024 funding. The department received $12,872,869 in FEMA hazard mitigation funding for various disaster relief projects. These projects include generator installations and retrofitting facilities to meet hazard mitigation standards. The department has received a total of $16,118,375 in FEMA reimbursements for Hurricanes Irma and Maria and COVID-19. In FY 2024, the Office of Highway Safety received $1,763,736 from the National Highway Safety Administration and $586,391 from the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. These amounts funded 19 National Highway Safety and 2 Federal Motor Carrier projects, which include various safety and traffic records initiatives. The unit have expended $1,340,649 to date. The National Highway Safety Transportation Fund balances roll forward until FY 2026, and 1 Federal Motor Carrier grant will expire on September 30th of 2024. In 2024, FY 2024, the department allocated $1,826,694 from the consent decree budget, with $700,000 directed to the independent monitoring team. The IMT was appointed by the United States District Court on November 16th of 2022. Since their appointment, the IMT has engaged with various VIPD personnel, from the executive leadership to rank-and-file officers. These interactions were intended to achieve a comprehensive understanding of the department's operations and evaluate our progress concerning the consent decree. Our current efforts have resulted in achieving substantial compliance with all of the citizen complaint paragraphs of the consent decree. On March 26, 2024, Judge Malloy granted substantial compliance, initiating the 2-year sustainment period from February 16, 2024. With these paragraphs in compliance, the department now has 3 outstanding paragraphs remaining. We are confident that with our ongoing efforts and strategic measures, we will achieve compliance with these remaining requirements. Our chiefs, deputy chiefs, and commanders in their roles as reviewers ensure that individuals who fail to comply with policy are held accountable. The VIPD currently employs 536 employees, both sworn and non-sworn. In addition to our current employees, the Human Resources Department has taken significant steps to introduce and develop the cadet program within the education complex on St. Croix. This program, held twice a week, provides invaluable education to our youth throughout the calendar year. The curriculum includes comprehensive instruction on the criminal justice system, the Virgin Islands Police Department procedures, forensics, and physical education. 10 high school students enrolled in this program, and all 10 have successfully graduated. Of these graduates, 5 have expressed the desire to pursue a career in law enforcement. In response to their dedication and interest, our department has moved forward in securing positions for these graduates as community service officers. Over the next 2 years, they will undergo rigorous assessment and training to ensure they are fully prepared for the transition to the police academy. In addition, we are currently working on the establishment of the cadet program in the St. Thomas-St. John district. We also actively participated in 4 career fairs across the islands of St. Croix and St. Thomas this year. While we were met with enthusiasm, it is important to note that many attendees have expressed interest in careers outside of policing. This trend mirrors a national challenge in attracting candidates to the field of law enforcement. Currently enrolled in our police academy on St. Thomas, we have 15 recruits and 2 auxiliary recruits. On St. Croix, there are 16 recruits and 17 auxiliary recruits. Funding for the Training Bureau guarantees that all peace officers meet certification requirements in accordance with peace officer standards and training. In FY 2024, approximately 600 post-certified law enforcement officers received more than 3,000 hours of training. Specialized training was delivered across various fields, and officers are eligible for promotion underwent leadership and accountability training. Approval of our budget will enable us to continue delivering high-quality programs. VIPD is evolving into a more technologically efficient agency, leveraging technology to better serve our community and improve public safety. We have acquired artificial intelligence systems, digital forensic tools, and specialized investigative equipment, all of which enhance our operational efficiency and investigative capabilities. Building on this technological advancement, Phase 2 of the core foundation hardware installation for the camera project across the territory has been completed. This milestone represents a significant enhancement in our surveillance capability and is a crucial step towards achieving our goal of project completion by January 2025. Our officers are currently in the testing phase for the e-citation project. We are rigorously assessing system functionalities to ensure seamless integration and accurate citation processing, which aims to streamline law enforcement operations. We are expanding the LPR project with logistics for full implementation being finalized. This expansion will enhance our vehicle monitoring capabilities and improve our response to security concerns. The VIPD occupies 28 properties with over 500 employees. We have identified several locations for temporary housing while retrofitting our main headquarters in both districts. Currently, the total rent cost for both districts is $1,407,291. We anticipate a temporary increase in the rental budget to $3,246,498 after moving into these new locations. Ultimately, it is a goal of this administration to centralize all police patrol elements in either district, thereby reducing our current rent and maintenance expenditures. These changes are also aimed at boosting morale among our personnel by offering significant improved work environments. We are actively pursuing new leases and anticipate these expenses will be covered in our 2025 budget request. In closing, we thank you for the opportunity to present our FY 2025 budget request, providing a transparent overview of our achievements, challenges, and future initiatives. I'm taking this opportunity to thank the people of the Virgin Islands. Your collaboration is crucial in our efforts to combat crime. To the entire VIPD family, we say thank you for what you do every single day. This concludes my testimony. The team and I are ready to respond to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We were definitely expecting to get some data as to your accomplishments for this fiscal year. So I'm going to start off by asking you that because we have no information around your accomplishments. So do you have any information around your accomplishments and how you are measuring your accomplishments?
Yes, that's Senator.
Yeah, that's an important part of the community needs to see if we are appropriating $74 million. I mean, some of it is federal funds, but they need to know that, we're seeing accomplishments coming out of those, the funding that we're appropriating. Do you have information?
Yes, sir.
And if you want to bring somebody else up, you can.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. Where's our sergeant at arms? Oh boy. Need to help her into the well. Senator Gittins, as we wait for the response, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. I notice we have several directors here. Anyone representing crime prevention? Through the chair?
No, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of non-committee member in the committee room on St. Croix, Senator Diane Capehart. Thank you for being here, Senator Capehart.
Okay.
Are you prepared to respond? This end.
Thank you, Senator. And Director Carolyn Watley of our Planning and Research will provide you with those stats.
Okay, what we're going to do is give her an opportunity to settle in the space. And while we're doing that, I will, because you did report, did you provide us with a update on the progress of the consent decree?
Yes, Senator, we did.
I think I saw that here.
So we've established substantial complaints in
I
all
saw
of the
that.
citizen
You have
complaint
three.
paragraphs.
That's what it was.
Yes.
So I think I made a highlight. You said there were three
Three outstanding
paragraphs.
paragraphs, yes. I'll let DC Marsh give you more details.
Could you share with us what that is, please?
Good. Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh. So the consent decree was broken down into approximately 100 paragraphs. Some just policy needs to be written, others need to meet certain objectives. So we have gained substantial compliance with all of the use of force paragraphs. citizen complaint paragraphs. So we have 3 outstanding paragraphs, which are management and supervision, timeliness, and patterns and trends. So,
Wait, before you go, management and supervision.
yes,
The next one?
timeliness.
Timeliness?
Timeliness.
What does that mean?
So we are not completing our investigations in the timeline prescribed by our policy. And we have improved. However, we have some ways to go before we can gain substantial compliance with those.
And the third one?
Management supervision.
That was the first one.
Patterns and trends. 37.
Say that again?
Patterns and trends. And use of force, I'm sorry. One paragraph in use of force, which is 37.
Use of force.
Yes.
And then you said some
Patterns and trends. Yes. Utilizing the data in our system to conduct our quarterly meetings and provide that data to the chiefs so they can pass it on to the commanders. So we have missed a couple quarters and we are working to get those quarters up to date.
And let me ask you, so that's 3. So it's
3.
management and supervision. Timeliness, and the timeliness is tied to timely investigations.
Yes.
Use of force and patterns and trends.
Yes.
So let me ask you, Acting Commissioner, based on these 3 outstanding items, are they tied to funding needs?
No, we actually have that covered in our fund.
So they're not tied to funding needs?
No, Senator.
And do you have a clear action plan as to how you are going to go about addressing these 3 outstanding areas?
Yes, we do, Senator. We've actually initiated those plans, and that is why we were able to actually achieve substantial compliance with those previously mentioned paragraphs. So we are confident that these new measures that we have in place will actually affect those 3 remaining. We'll be able to complete those 3 in short order.
All right, thank you. Ms. Watley, ready?
Could you repeat what your question was, please?
The question was around the fact that we are trying to seek data on your accomplishments for fiscal year 24. The testimony that's before us was straight budget, but a very important part of the success or the need for funding also has to show what you did in fiscal year 24 with regards to the funding that was appropriated to the department. So data around your arrest records, your solving of crime, that type of thing.
Good afternoon again, Carolyn Watley, Director for Planning and Research.
Okay, so you're going to have to pull the mic closer or hold it in your hand. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Good afternoon, Carolyn Watley, Director for Planning and Research. Relative to crime statistics, this year we've seen a 42% decrease in our crime for 2024. Relative to recovered firearms, we're actually about the same as we were last year for this point, where we're at in July. I'm sorry?
So give us when you
So
said
last year, let me add this up. Last year we recovered a total of 125 for the entire year, and this year we're at 80. So hopefully by the end of the year we'll exceed those numbers for 2023. Relative to shooting assaults, this year we've had 49 compared to last year. We had 64. We're at the same number right now as last year as far as arrests when it's related to arrests, which is 9.
9 of how many?
9 arrests for shooting assaults.
Of how many assaults this year?
This year we've had 49.
And you've been able to arrest 49. 9 of the 49.
9
Okay.
of the 49. 9
Got it.
arrests from the 49 shooting assaults.
Okay.
Keep in mind, included in those shooting assaults is a homicide. So we've had arrests For this year, we've had 9 on St. Croix, 12 on St. Thomas, none on St. John. Of those, we've had 5 arrests.
You have to be specific. You've had 9 of
homicides, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So of those homicides on St. Croix, the 9 homicides on St. Croix, we've had 5 arrests. On St. Thomas, of the 12, we've had 3 arrests. Compared to last year, St. Croix, we had 12 homicides with 6 arrests. And on St. Thomas, we had 19 with 5 arrests. St. John, 0 on both ends, both homicides and arrests.
Okay. That's it?
That's it.
All right. I'm certain that my colleagues would ask follow-up questions. Those that are more, have a better understanding of the work of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, can we request that data that was just given in writing, if you could provide it to the chair, please? And can I get clarity on the lacking paragraphs that the Deputy Commissioner just spoke about? Is it 3 or 4? Meaning, I have the 3 categories, but is use of force along with the patterns and trends, or patterns and trends is separate from the use of force?
So it's paragraph 37, which is one paragraph is use of force. Paragraph 64, which is patterns and trends.
So regarding the use of force, the concern is the patterns and trends?
No. Regarding the use of force is the timely and thorough investigation.
Okay. So it's 4 paragraphs,
3.
actually?
Patterns and trends is one paragraph. So paragraph 64 is one paragraph.
Oh, so the use of force is with the timeliness?
Yes, so paragraph 37 speaks about timeliness and thoroughness of use of force investigation.
Okay, and that is truly concerning because that's what have us in a consent decree in the first place. So we definitely need to address that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So the use of force is tied to timeliness, but when the response was given, it seemed like the timeliness was tied to the timely investigation. So the assumption was investigations of crime, not internal investigations. So which one is it?
It's in paragraph 71, which is overall timeliness of all investigations, not including citizen complaints, use of force, timeliness of patterns and trends. So everything is internal. None of these paragraphs deals directly with crime.
Okay, so it's internal
Yes, ma'am.
to your operations.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. Okay, so we're going to ask that you share with us your outstanding paragraphs, because you're referencing numbers and stuff, and we don't really have access to that information. And then we're also going to ask, I think Senator Gittins just asked, but as far as your data is concerned, can you please send back the data to the committee as well?
Well,
and I'm sure that the Public Safety Committee will be asking for an update on all of this information in short order. All right, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Okay, we're going to go to a 6-minute round. Oh, boy. Where's my... Let's hope that... Senator Blyden, are you still on with us? I'm trying to find...
Yes, I am.
Oh, all right. I should have known that. But I should have known that. I know that you would be on with us still. You may proceed with your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the interim Commissioner of Police, Brooks, and your management supporting team there. And thank you so much for your testimony. Let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, you said you have 536 active employees at this time.
Acting Commissioner Brooks, that is correct, Senator.
And how much of these acting employees are rank and file and or police officers enforcement?
I don't have that number I could provide that to you. I could provide that to you offline.
Okay, through the chair. Thank you so much. And how much vacancies do you have at this moment?
Okay, thank you for that. Director Dwayne Richards of HR will give you that response.
Good day, Director Richards, Human Resources. We currently have a total of 54 vacancies.
54 vacancies.
Correct.
And how much separations have you had in this current fiscal year?
We have a total for this fiscal year 38 separations.
And retirement?
Separation is holistically, but if you're just talking about retirement, we have 10 in St. Croix, and in St. Thomas we had 7 for just retirement.
Okay, so what are we doing in respect to retention and or onboarding other individuals?
So for onboarding, we're continuously processing applicants for police, but as you know, it's not an easy circumstance, especially with the national trend. A lot of people aren't really interested in law enforcement per se. They're more interested in the civilian role, but not the sworn capacity. When it comes to retention, of course, we always try to improve morale. We do exit interviews to see what's the circumstance for their reasons for leaving. Often enough is because they serve almost 27, 28, 29 years in the department, and they're ready to go. For those who resign, it's pretty much for better opportunities, and plus two, the 12-hour shift is a killer, and not everybody wants to work 12 hours. They're rather 8 to 5. So that also accounts for the individuals who aren't retiring but most are resigning. That's one of the reasons why they're leaving.
What's your overtime numbers? I know for years we've been working on that. What's your overtime numbers look like? Have they decreased? Have they increased?
So, Senator, Acting Commissioner Brooks, so we have same time as FY 2023, we have a reduction in that number. So last year at the same time, we were at $23 million. I can give you the most a direct number shortly, but so we were at $23 million. Thus far for this year, we are at $17 million plus.
That's about a $6 million reduction thus far for this year.
Yes, Senator.
Do you have a mechanism in respect to how you measure that overtime and the productivity as a result of that overtime? Do you have a measuring scale, or you do not? To really see what's going on and what's happening with the overtime.
So not exactly, Acting Commissioner Brooks again. So Senator, not exactly a measuring scale. However, it is our directive to the operational team to ensure that basically the government get the best bang for the buck. So we're looking at ways where we could curtail the overtime, whether it's focus some of those operations along the federal lines where we could actually utilize some of the funding that are allocated to us from the federal side of the house. Those measures have been in place. We are pushing forward with that to ensure that we can maintain a reduction in the overtime. But to answer your question directly, $24 million we spent it last year, FY 2023, $24,700,909 in overtime. And this year we're at $18,742,861. So we have, like I mentioned previously, we are focused on utilizing as much of the federal funds that we have before the expanded energy, of course, to support those operational costs. And then we are working with OMB at this time to implement additional measures to assist us in curtailing that overtime.
Okay, let me ask you in respect to preventative programs in which I speak to all the time, because a pound of prevention, also prevention is what a pound of cure. I know you stated you received $6 million in federal funds and you received some $18 million in APRA funds. In respect to the preventative program, that you have LEPC, PAL, etc., are we utilizing those funds, and do we have full participation in terms of individuals coming to those programs, and how do you advertise or promote those programs?
Yeah, you mentioned PAL as well as we don't see those programs. Yes, those programs are in fact used. We use them throughout the year of last year, most of the main events that you've seen across the territory. We have received pretty much a very good participation from the general public. We know that we should have measures in place to fine-tune that operation. So we're in the process of creating an office just specific for that to ensure that the monies are managed more accurately. But yes, we do receive participation from the community relative to PAL and Weed and Seed.
Your crime, Crime Stoppers, how is that program working? Are we still getting a good amount of tips, and do we expend all of those funds? Are they pertaining to crime in the community?
So, Senator, yes, Crime Stoppers is an effective tool. We've been utilizing it for quite some time. The tips come in on a regular basis. They're then forwarded over to our Criminal Investigation Bureau at the Intel Unit, where they are followed up to ensure that the validity of those tips, if it's something that's tangible that the detectives can utilize, then they go ahead and they use that. And as far as the funds, that money is transferred to Crime Stoppers, and then they distribute it appropriately based on
1 minute
tips.
And you also stated that you received $1.5 million for cameras. Let me ask, first of all, do we have a maintenance contract for the cameras? Secondly, are these new contracts for new cameras for other areas, or are this for replacement of defective camera, the camera that's not working? Can you explain that to me, please? What the 1.5 is for, and how it's going to be used or utilized?
30 seconds.
Okay, Senator. So we do have a camera project. Phase 1 was completed about over a year ago. We're, as stated in the testimony, Phase 2 is just completed. But I'll let Director Tweed go more in detail for the response that you require.
Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. Yes, we do have a...
Please recognize the mic of Senator Potter.
Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. Yes, we do have a maintenance. Kishana Tweed.
One more time.
Kishana Tweed. All right, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. Yes, we do have a maintenance plan for our camera project for Phase 2. And what we are doing, we are putting cameras in the priority locations. So some of those locations may have had cameras before the storms. But yes, so we are putting cameras in priority locations right now.
Time.
And what the cost of the maintenance contract to maintain those cameras? What the cost that comes with it?
Give me a few. Let me pull up those numbers, Senator.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. You can give the answer in the chair's time. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Just signal me when you're ready, okay? All right, so let's go back to the question that was asked by the previous speaker with regards to the overtime. So in fiscal year 2024, you shared that your overtime expenditures were somewhere about 23 million. That's correct?
That's 2023, Senator.
Okay.
2023 was 24 million.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
Fiscal year, the previous fiscal year,
Yes,
right?
Senator.
So that's 23 million. And you shared year to date is 17 million.
Yes, it's actually at 18 million now.
Okay, 18.
Yes. Yes.
Now,
Senator.
year to date means what? What's the timeline on this year to date? So you are free to respond?
Yes.
To the question. Let's put your name on the record when you speak first.
Sandra Webster, Chief Financial Officer. Pay period 21, 2024.
What's that date?
July 11th.
Okay, so the most recent, as recent?
Yeah.
So the July 11th, 18, so that's me, you're off 5, right? And how much more pay periods we have for fiscal year 24?
5.
5. So do you anticipate that you're going to come in under the 23?
Yes, Senator, we do.
What's the difference between 18 and 23? I don't get that impression. That's a $5 million difference.
So if we maintain, which at the current rate, it would bring us in at 23,205,000. That's using the trend that we have thus far. But we have put some measures in place, as I think I mentioned before, to offset that overtime. So we anticipate that with those measures that we have in place, that we will not hit that $23 million mark.
But you just said 23.5.
205,000.
For what year? Because I know you're.
That's for this year. That's at the completion.
But what was?
FY.
So are you saying that the year to date around the same time last year were 23? Or what was your total spend in FY
overtime.
23?
In FY 23, we expended $24,700,909.
And is that inclusive of your federal spend as well as your local spend?
Yes, it is.
So this 18 million is inclusive of your federal and your local spend?
Not all of it, Senator.
Okay, so what I'm trying to establish is your local spend.
Okay.
Do you have the local spend?
No, we do not, Senator.
Okay, so we need to get a breakdown of your local spend. And let me tell you why. So, how many vacancies do you have, or vacancy savings are you anticipating in fiscal year 2024? Do you have that?
We don't have that breakdown for you at this time, sir, but we could produce it to you.
So what are your vacancies in 24?
Director?
Director Richard, HR, as of right now, we don't have no vacancy savings, with overtime basically eating into everything.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to correlate this. What are your vacancies? What are your available, unfilled?
We currently have 54 vacancies.
And the total what?
I don't have the amount associated.
Okay, so we need to get an amount of
No problem.
what your vacancies total, because that'll help us. See, what are the things that we are trying to focus on here is how do we eliminate the structural deficit of this government? So if you are spending more than is appropriated to you, then it's coming from somewhere. And if your vacancies cannot fill the delta, then it's coming from somewhere. So we're trying to understand the correlation between your vacancies and your overtime to see whether or not it's a wash. If it's not a wash, then we have a challenge. Okay?
Gotcha.
So that's the reason for the question. So we're going to need to get that from you, please. Do you have that? Is that something you could provide while we're here? You have to send it back to us.
I'll have to send it back to you guys.
Okay, so just be reminded that when we have these types of hearings, that's the kind of information that we need to help us to make an informed decision. Ms. Tweed, do you have the information?
Yes, I do.
Okay, in the mic.
Sorry, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. The maintenance support is $115,000, but we also have a transport cost that is $120,000. So that would be a total of $235,000.
235 for the maintenance, correct?
Total, which includes the maintenance and the transport.
Okay, and is that inclusive of the numbers that's in front of us as it relates to your 25 budget ask? I don't know. I don't know if that's a question for you or for the CFO.
I can answer that part. Yes, it is.
So it's inclusive in your current budget numbers, budget ask numbers. Affirmative?
Yes.
Why does it I will tracking? That's a number?
Huh?
That is correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's already done.
All right. Okay, so Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're quickly in regard. How many individuals in the training academy right now for the Virgin Islands Police Department in St. Thomas and St. Croix?
St. Croix, Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh, St. Croix 4, St. Thomas 6. 1 second, let me double check.
And is that because of the overtime is what's hindering or impacting your ability to be able to hire individuals to go into the academy?
No, sir.
The director of personnel just indicated that all of the vacancies has been consumed by the overtime.
So the class started with the number of individuals that we could have gotten at the time, because we tried not to keep postponing our class to discourage the people that we're hiring. So we had, if we started off with at least 10 or 20 in the process, then we ended up with 6, because only 6 could actually pass the background investigation the psychological, and the whole process. And during this process, as we continue, we're still losing some of the officers that are presently. So it's a combination of all the other agencies, and it's not fair for us to stop the other agencies from hiring because we can't get the numbers that we need.
So it's your testimony that the other agencies are able to attract recruits, and the VIPD is not able to attract these recruits?
Well, their numbers are 1 or 2 or 3 individuals. So we have the highest number of recruits in the class.
But in aggregate, you're saying, so how much people is in the Syncora class right now?
15? 16.
16 in the class, and St. Thomas class.
15, according to the testimony.
Okay, so you're saying that the 9 is for other agencies?
Yes. And then we still have the auxiliary class in as well. So we have 7 auxiliaries in St. Croix and 2 in St. Thomas.
Thank you. I'll deep dive on my calm time. Thank you.
So what's the starting salary?
Director Richards, HR, the starting salary for a police officer is $40,953. The starting salary for a police auxiliary is $30,710.
What's our number? 30
So for
auxiliary?
Police, for auxiliary, $30,710. 25% of the police
So
officer salary.
when you start out with the 40, once you pass the post, is your salary increased?
So once you're in academy, it's 35,000.
35?
Yes, correct. So once you graduate, then your salary goes to 40,953.
I see.
Correct. And then after that, of course, it's based on your contract, we increase it.
Okay, so your based on the calculation that I have here, your vacancies aren't even sufficient to cover your overtime. So you are eating into, about, I ain't gonna put a number on the record. It's a lot. Because you're budgeted about $8 million in overtime, correct? And you're expending somewhere around 23.
That's correct.
And your savings, if you were to have true vacancy savings, you're talking $3-point-something million tops, if that much. So we continue to be challenged by this. I know we've had deep dive discussions around overtime and how do we curtail it. And we have yet to come up with what that right mix is to curtail overtime. I mean, we're not there, so we don't know what it takes for your operations. I don't. What it takes for your operations to run. So I will be the last to criticize what that overtime looks like, why it looks the way it looks. But we would be very interested in hearing, what are the things that you're doing. I don't know if that's appropriate for the record to curtail overtime. I really think that we need to have, my colleague, the former commissioner of police, likes to talk about tabletops, and I think that we are ripe for a tabletop to really talk about streamlining this, because I see that this is one of the agencies where, in as much as we try to reduce the structural deficit, payroll is a expense that is paid regardless. So it hits that account. Is not something that, you submit a document and they tell you can't pay because they don't have money. It's paid anyway. So as out the gate, we have a $14 million overage in overtime this year. You wanted to say something?
Director Richards, HR.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the biggest, hindrance to us being able to control overtime is, of course, the overtime law in the Virgin Islands.
I know you're going to say that.
Yeah, I know. In the States, overtime is based on anything over 40. So if you do a 12-hour shift and you keep it under 40, there's no overtime accrued. Because locally here, because we're in a 12-hour shift, it's almost 4 hours every single day being accrued. And then you also have in union contracts, speaks to anything over 48 hours, it's now considered double pay. So of course, now we're paying double pay and we pay anything over 8. So those definitely compound our issue with the overtime. Especially, there's 3 states, I believe in the United States, that have the over 8 law, but specifically in their law, they have a clause there and say, if you're on an alternative schedule, such as 10 and 12, the over 8 don't apply. Our law doesn't state that.
Yeah, but you guys do this work every day, right?
Right.
So if you do the work every day, you know that you can submit legislation to the legislature if there is an overarching concern. We don't manage the finances, meaning the expenditures. We appropriate the dollars. So if there is a challenge, then the expectation is that we don't do this work every day. So a lot of times we think we know, but we don't. It's the folks on the other side of the aisle who's doing the work and on the ground who have to make the written notes about how do we fix this. And we keep every year, every year we're talking about the same thing, but we're not seeing any
It's coming,
movement.
Senator. I already did a draft of the revised law and submitted it.
Well, that's to come from the office of the governor, as you know, unless you have a particular senator that you would work with to get it done. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information, and then we're going to go to Senator Javon James, Sr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're having this discussion about overtime. And regarding the overtime, instead of addressing the root cause of this overtime, which is scheduling and the abuse that's taking place, we continue to talk about utilizing federal grants for overtime. I think if we focus on the root cause of the overtime spending, we might make it someplace. But for the rest of this hearing, try not to utilize federal grants as a way out to say that we'll utilize federal grants for overtime spending, because it's eating more than federal grants and eating into your local dollars as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Gittins. And, I was just talking to my colleague to my left, and, we can't expect folks to work 12-hour shifts every day. We have to put a system in place where they have, we have nurses in our hospitals where they work, it's scheduling, 12-hour shifts. They work 2 straight 12-hour shifts or 3, and then they're off for 4 or 5 days. So you have to really sit down and figure out how do we lay this out so it can work for us and work for the officers and their health and the like.
So, Senator, Acting Commissioner Brooks again. So, Senator, you are very correct. We do have a software we've identified to assist us with the scheduling. We're waiting to close out the deal on that. Dr. Richards will give you more on that. However, in addition to that, we have also identified, because like I said, we've had these meetings before. We know that this is where we are failing, right? So we have identified a major issue, and without putting all of it out on record, we're talking, I think the director mentioned the contracts, but we do have some senior personnel in the department that are 6 figures, that's their base salary, and they're doing overtime. Let's call it what it is. So these are things that we need to address. We do recognize that. If you have an officer just making $45,000 a year, and then you have a lieutenant or a captain that's making 105 or 110, and they do the same amount of overtime, the difference is that captain or that lieutenant, that salary can pay for maybe 2 or 3 additional officers. That's being as real and transparent as it can. So we have already identified these things. We have reached out to your office to have a discussion about some measures that we could probably put in place to assist us with reducing those overtime hours. However, like I said, the software is hopefully we'll have it here soon. Director Richards, you could give us more of a detailed information as to where we are with that, and as well as the other measures that we have to put in place shortly.
You can proceed, and then we're going to go to Senator Javon James, Sr.
So the system that we're currently reviewing is called former Kronos, now UKG, and it's basically an automated scheduling system. Can you hear me? Basically, the automated scheduling system. So it will make us aware anytime an officer or coach come in before the shift, if they're staying longer well authorization, it puts all the information to the forefront. If the commander is trying to utilize somebody for overtime, the system, of course, will not allow that person to be scheduled because it's going to say, hey, this person already reached the overtime threshold. Here's 5 people in your zone that haven't meet the threshold. Use one of them. For example, if you try somebody scheduled for annual leave, the system will allow the commander to approve the annual leave. It will tell the commander, hey, by approving this person, your zone is now undermanned. So I want to allow you to approve this person. Go talk to the commissioner chief for approval. So hopefully with those systems in place, it can more streamline and allow us to target those who are abusing the system.
And this is a system that you have looked at based on best practices in another city, state?
Correct. So before it became UKG, Kronos is called Workforce Solution. It was used in multiple police departments that basically faced a similar issue with us. We're having an exorbitant amount of overtime, and by then having it in place, it helped curtail and help identify those who are abusing the overtime.
So do you have testimony from cities or other states that's actually using this? 'Cause
Correct.
do you? Yes, no?
Correct, I did.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. And I ask a question because a lot of times we do these implementations and then it don't work for us. And we're already down the road, we don't spend the money, and we have sunk costs. So we want to make sure that whatever it is that we're doing, it in turn will be successful because we've looked at the best practice in another state, city, whatever that is, and determined that it does work and will work for us. All right, Senator James, Senior, you're recognized for your, your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Page 24 of 26 of the Post audit report speaks to a vendor by the name of FUSUS, F-U-S-U-S, and it speaks to providing video surveillance and data collaboration at a total of $450,000. I would just like you to kindly explain to us and elaborate what kind of data collaboration and surveillance they're providing.
Good day, Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems. FUSUS is a solution that combines various different solutions into one platform. So, for example, it would integrate our video surveillance system, our shot spotter system, LPRs into one on one mapping that would be able to use in a real-time center to be able to provide information instead of having the users have to go to look at different systems. So the FUSUS system is basically an integrator of different solutions that we're implementing into one platform.
Okay, so I saw here throughout the testimony and even in the post-audit report where we have a lot of funding for surveillance, data, and the list goes on. But as far as within VIPD and the FY 2025 budget, do you have any data analysts? And if you don't have a position specifically with that name, who does that within VIPD with all this data that we have? Or do you depend on outside entities to analyze the data?
Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems. Presently, right now, we don't have a data quality analyst. We are going to be seeking to get someone like that, but right now we are utilizing inside personnel to be able to look over that data.
I want to give credit where credit is due. It's about time that we digitize government, but as we give credit, we still have to make sure that we have the proper positions within VIPD, so when we have all this data, that we can truly analyze it, because many times we depend on outside entities who will go around and ask the questions to our local employees to turn around and give us a report with the same exact information. I know there are specific information that they do ask and request to provide these reports, but I want us to reach a point where we can work with the University of the Virgin Islands or whichever university in the world to make sure that we can have future data analysts as we speak about real-time crime centers, video surveillance, data collaboration, and the list goes on. Do you agree?
Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems. Yes, I totally agree. And we also have our crime analyst also that actually looks at that data. So that actually slipped my mind. But we also have crime analysts that actually analyze that data.
So based on the FY 2025 budget, how many crime analysts do we have?
Carolyn Watley, Director of Planning and Research. We have 4, 2 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. Croix.
And as far as training in the budget, can somebody provide to this body? Well, through the chair, I would like to request to the chair for FY 2024, with the 4 positions for crime analysts, I would like for VIPD to submit through the chair the positions, the salary amount, and the list goes on as far as if they're exempt, unionized, to make sure that in the long run we can beef up that personnel that we would definitely need in the long run. Now, moving right along, I see we have Police Athletic League on St. Croix, right? And then you know this body, we always provide funding for the Police Athletic League. But I really need to know what's going on with PAL and St. Croix, or what's going on there, because in the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, myself, along with my colleagues, supported legislation of approximately $250,000 to renovate the Police Athletic League. And I know that we provide funding, which is some seed money, but we want to make sure that we have the proper infrastructure in place. Can anybody speak to that?
DDA Hughes III, Acting Director of Facilities, Management and Properties. Right now, there's a MOU in place, and we're waiting for additional information to turn over the property to get the project going.
Through the chair, I would like to request that MOU, and the reason why we can't continue to fund these things, not saying that they don't deserve to receive funding, but we continue to fund and we don't know the progress of these programs that should be beneficial to our youth.
1 minute.
And specifically to our youth. The best crime is a crime that you can prevent. And how you do that is by providing these opportunities for our young men and women. But moving right along, as far as the other trainings, to the Acting Commissioner, can you explain to this committee, out of all the funding that you have for training, what are your top training that you're focusing on as far as funding, and do you have the adequate amount of funding to execute these trainings? I just need to know your priorities.
So, Senator, thank you for that question, Acting Commissioner Brooks. So we prioritize training based on need, and that we just...
30 seconds.
That's how we have to do it. As you know, annually we conduct in-service training for the territory, for all the officers that are the active duty officers. And that's a priority for us. So that in-service training includes consent decree, recertification, baton, taser, and those different requirements that the officers need to conduct their daily duties. Those are our priorities. We do have some additional trainings that will be coming online, i.e. like the SWAT training, some Marine training for the Marine unit.
My time is going to be called right now, right? I just want to ask you kindly, are you working with LEPC to take advantage of any additional funds that may be available so you can have the adequate amount of funding to train your men and women in blue?
Yes, Senator, we do.
Time.
All right, through the chair, I would like to request from VIPD all of the funding that they are receiving from LEPC to help them with training our men and women in blue. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the men in blue that are here before us testifying. Acting Commissioner, I do have a few questions. I see that in your capital outlay, you are only requesting $7,000. What is that amount for, and why such little amount?
Okay, that $7,000 currently covers the storage unit for the PAL equipment.
I'm sorry?
That what? $7,000 currently covers the storage unit for PAL.
The storage unit, okay.
Yes.
So no other capital outlay, capital projects are envisioned in the future?
As of this point, no, Senator.
Okay. Where do you pull for any type of maintenance or repairs within the buildings that you occupy? Where do you pull funding from?
Sandra Webster, CFO. So all of our activity centers are an operational unit within itself. So if each of the activity center have their own repairs and maintenance and all the other operating accounts. So when a certain building needs to be repaired, if it's a police operational building, it comes from police operations. If it's from commissioner's office, it comes from the commissioner. So we pull the money from wherever it is in the activity center that supports that unit.
So you don't line item and budget money for repairs, I guess, or maintenance or any capital outlay apart from this that you have outlined here for storage?
Could you repeat
Yes
the
or no?
question, please?
So, I mean, you don't, in your budget, you don't line item for repairs, repairs or anything like that other than what you have here?
Yes, just what's in our general fund budget, and it comes from all the activity centers.
Okay. With regards to your federal funding, I see here in your testimony that you received from the ARPA fund around 18 million. And with that money, vehicles were purchased, 157 vehicles. Anything else apart from vehicles that this money was used for?
Thank you for the question, Senator Acting Commissioner Brooks. So there were, yes, in addition to the vehicles, we also appropriated $2 million for the Real-Time Crime Center. There also funds the community service officers, Shot Spotter, TRG, which is a Triton Risk Group, BIPD, anti-crime initiatives. That was the overall arching funding from the ARPA for BIPD.
So can you provide through the chair a breakdown exactly of how much was used for each for each item that you mentioned?
Yes, Senator.
Or each category that you mentioned?
Yes, Senator.
Because your testimony makes it seem as though the funding was basically used for vehicles, and I was doing a calculation based on that. So do you know exactly how much went in vehicles? How much was expended?
So in totality, we spent $10,608,860.24.
And that includes also the retrofitting of the vehicle, the whole package, right?
That's correct, Senator.
The purchase and retrofit.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. The other federal funding that you have, any that you have that is in jeopardy of losing?
None at this time, Senator.
None at this time. Okay. Accounts payable. Where are you with regards to your accounts payable, and what's your turnaround period in making those payments? 30, 60, 90?
We have $1.9 million that are due for payment that have been processed. I can provide the 30, 60, 90-day breakdown to the chair.
Do you have anything over 90 days?
Yes, we do.
What's the oldest that you have?
April 2023.
And why and why that one is still pending?
We have processed it through VIPD. Some of the invoices get approved for payment, and then we await the payment from Department of Finance.
Accounts receivables, can you tell me what are your actuals in accounts receivable for FY24? And I didn't see it within this budget, maybe I missed it, but because I knew the department generates revenue. Is
30
there a section
seconds.
where you, within the budget process, that you identify the amount of revenue that you have generated?
Okay, we don't have any accounts receivable. The revenues that we have collected so far to date, 492,251.
492,000?
Yes.
And that comes from what sources? If you could name the reports, et cetera.
Police records, traffic records, police traffic records, fingerprints, business license, record expungement, firearms, application, registration, renewal.
Time.
Fines.
Can you, through the chair, provide a detailed breakdown amount for each category?
Yes.
And based on the numbers that you have seen, do you have a projections for FY25?
Yes, I do.
In revenue, what is that?
1 second.
And while you look for that, in closing, have you seen any increase in your revenue projections or in your revenues from FY23 to FY24, and in which category?
Second. Okay, so project. Our projection for fiscal year 2025 is 380 for St. Thomas and 274,000 for St. Croix.
You got the last question I had?
Yes, we have seen an increase in firearms in fiscal year 2024. Registration.
What's the difference? Approximately?
I don't have the actual.
That figure. Okay.
Provide that for you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carry on. So of the 492 of your collections overall annually, how much do you keep? Or what collection categories do you keep? Because I know a fair portion of these funds go to the general fund.
All of it goes to the general fund, except for the portion that goes to the St. Croix Educational Complex.
All goes to the general fund? So all of this entire 492 that you've collected thus far, you don't
Goes
have...
to the general fund.
Okay, so all of it goes to the GE. Okay. Let me ask you, because I'm being asked this question. Did all of your officers that worked, did they receive premium pay? That's really a Senator Gittins question, but somebody asked me, so I gotta ask you.
Senator, Acting Commissioner Brooks, yes, the officer did receive the premium pay.
You sure? And we are getting reports that there are some individuals who did not receive premium pay. As far as you know?
As far as I know, Senator, if the officers that have not received their premium pay, I would like them to definitely submit that information to us so we could address that.
Yeah, I don't know if the premium pay dollars are still available, but I would be hard pressed to
Yes.
figure out why some people did not receive premium pay, but we're getting information that some people did not receive premium pay. Okay, so let me just ask the CFO, Webster, you have not gotten any, have you gotten any calls about individuals who are still owed premium pay?
No, I haven't, but payroll is here.
Payroll?
Be able to, maybe they're calling them directly.
That's an affirmative. I mean, you don't have to necessarily come into the well. You could just give your commissioner a heads up as to yes or no, yes or no. Do we have individuals who have not received premium pay who has
Okay,
called?
as far as payroll is concerned, yes, payroll says as far as they know, everyone's got their pay.
Okay.
But we could do a check again. That's
Okay,
not a
so
problem.
they will have to make contact with your office if they have not received their premium pay, if they have not made note, or provide notice that they haven't received it. All
Thank you,
right,
Senator. We'll do a deep dive again.
no problem. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. For the record, until I read it, I don't support no bill to cut the overtime for police. You heard it from me looking votes. Okay? But, and I say that because when I read it, if it makes sense, then we could go from there. But, and the issue being, when we go ahead and we do these things here, I have confidence that the rank and file could go ahead and address the overtime issues and do what you have to do. But don't go ahead to go change something in legislation, then they leave my brothers and sisters out there in the street with less manpower because they have something else to do. Okay, so let's watch for a trickle-down effect. Because I've been in a gunfight, I've been in people firing shots at me, I know how it feels. So let's don't cut off our nose to spite our face. Based on personnel and fringe, did they have any wage increases in 24? Any pending for 25 budget?
We had, when it comes to...
Bring the mic right down, yeah.
Director Richards, Human Resources, all contracts have been expired. The last wage increase for the LSU and PBA was 10/1/22. The only contract that's still valid is USW Master.
Okay, so any contract due to be negotiated in 25?
We're supposed to be starting negotiation, I believe, PBA and LSU this year.
Okay, because...
Hopefully by the end of this year, we will have a contract signed.
Okay, because with a variance based on your 25 budget, you don't have no money to honor that contract.
More likely, when we get to that stage in negotiation, I guess they will
Okay,
ask the
and
legislature for
then you go
additional
from there.
appropriate- Correct.
Okay, I'll go straight to PAL and weed and seed. And I say that because Commissioner Brooks have spoken to you from last year in regards to that. So I went behind your back about nothing. I went straight to the face. In the 25 budget for St. Thomas Police Athletic League, they have $38,000. It take $2,000 from the St. Thomas, St. John Police Athletic League and put it into the Bavoni Weed and Seed, which is now $92,000. You're aware of that? And post-audit report, page 4 of 46. You have a copy of the post-audit report?
We do, Senator. I think Commissioner Brooks again, but those numbers are incorrect. It's $40,000 across the board for PAL and $90,000 for weed and seed.
Okay, now PAL and weed and seed, are these year-round programs?
Yes, they are, Senator.
Okay, so is $40,000 sufficient to, and $90,000 sufficient to run programs that may help to stay our children away from gun violence and all the crime we're looking at?
Senator, we can always use more money. However, what we have is what we've been working with for the past.
Okay, so then I'm requesting from you through the chair for a breakdown of PAL and weed and seed, both St. Thomas and Croix, as to the programs they're doing year round and the cost and everything to see how that's going. The Monitos on page 24, the Monitos support, pro support contract. I'm not asking you about the issue, but it's $2,239,683 for that contract. Is that outstanding monies owed to this, or is that something we have to also pay in 2025?
No, Senator, we don't have any outstanding.
So this is money we're going to pay in this on this contract for 2025?
Yes, Senator, that's a contract.
Okay, so it's an annual contract?
No, that's it.
So after this $2 million, that's it for Monitos?
Correct.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying, that's based on what we owe them money?
No, Senator,
No?
we don't know. No, Senator, we don't owe them any money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just extending their contract in 25?
No, we're not extending the contract. We have that has not been decided.
Okay, because it's budgeted in the 25 budget is what I'm asking.
No, yes.
Okay, so is that correct? That accurate?
No, Senator, that's not correct.
Okay, so
That's just a listing of the contracts that
okay.
we have, yes.
Okay, that's what I make sure.
Yes.
Okay, now the motor pool. I get called left and right about the motor pool. The motor pool, from time I leave it, been struggling. And I left it in 1987. How much mechanics you have?
Currently, we have 3 mechanics, Senator. I think the issue is not the bodies. I think the issue is the location, and that's something we're working on.
Okay, so that's the St. Thomas end location or St. Thomas and St. Croix?
That's St. Thomas. St. Croix is
St. Croix is okay?
Yes,
With how many mechanics?
3 as well.
Okay, so we move into St. Thomas mechanics, is what we're saying? How soon and where?
Well, we have identified a couple of
1
locations.
minute.
However, we have not been able to secure that contract for the lease for those specific areas as yet.
Okay, real-time data. Are we able to get real-time data for, how could I put it? I'm trying to mince the wrong words so we don't talk totally direct. But I know at one point we had to submit something to get information, and we are getting information 30 days.
30 seconds?
Can a police zone commander go and get real-time data and say, hey, in 24 hours, we see this has happened in the last month or last couple of days, so we could develop a program for it?
So Senator, Director Watt is here for Planning and Research Division, and yes, that information is available to anyone within the police department to help support the operation, but I'll let her go into detail
anything
as to
you
her
don't need
process.
to be saying, you don't have to say. That's what I'm trying to skirt around. Okay, go ahead.
So yes, Senator Carolyn Watley, Director for Planning and Research. Yes, real-time data is available, and also with the access to Spillman, the officers can actually go in and see information there as well.
Okay. The Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund, you're asking for $3 million. It was up from 850 last year. What was the need for that additional money? 2.1.
Acting Commissioner Brooks again. Senator, the needs growing. Specifically, the festivals across the territory, they're growing, and we need more manpower. And as such, we have to request support from outbidders outside our agencies, or we ask officers to conduct the overtime to support those missions. So
Yeah,
as a
no,
result-
I don't have a problem with the acts. I'm just saying when you make the acts, break it down for us so
Yes.
we could see, what that money is going towards.
Tracking, sir.
New properties. You have some new properties. I understand different areas. I don't know if you mentioned them in your testimony. New properties that you have, where they're located and cost or rent.
Acting Director of Facilities Management and Properties, D.A. Hughes. Across both districts, we have several locations. We have ongoing FEMA projects which require relocation of our operations, and the constant maintenance cost of our older facilities is becoming an ongoing issue. So we have an increase of 1.8 million for these new locations.
1.8 for all of them. Now in St. Thomas, where they're located?
We have several locations in the Havenside area.
No. The question is, where are they located? Just give me the answer. Don't go wrong. I ain't trying to be rude, but just direct. Yeah, your new properties. I was told that one up for thing is Vitraco Mall.
No, Senator.
Okay, well that's what I asked you. Then you tell me where. Yeah, a
we
direct
have
question.
Alcoans, Blue Anchor.
Alcoans, that's what you're talking about. Right. What's the rent for Alcoans?
1 minute.
Okay, and just if my time expires, it's just as you mentioned in regards to capital projects, I only see $250,000 from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to go toward capital projects. But if you're having issues, also could we get, through the chair, an assessment of the properties or the facilities that your employees working in, a basic assessment of what would they do to, in capital outlay that we would need to provide good, helpful living for them while they work in a work environment, a good, safe work environment. We need an assessment of capital outlay in regards to the facilities that we have. Everything is aged.
Yes, and we will gladly give you that information.
Okay, good.
It's at the top of the priority list for us. We need to get our officers into better working conditions because as of right now, the locations where they are is costing us more money to provide maintenance. As you see, we have very little in maintenance, and it's just hazardous to the officers' help. So we really need to get them out, and the FEMA projects are on standstill until we can find locations to temporarily relocate our personnel until those repairs are complete.
Right. Okay, so just on Madam Chair's time, the locations of these new properties and the rent for them, to include the one in St. John, was sitting vacant, the old bank, okay? Thank you.
You may proceed. Do you have the information?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Alcoins, $64,000, and then another location, Alcoins, $87,000.
Speak into the mic and be clear.
Alcoins, $64,000 for one location, $87,000 annually for another location. Blue Anchor Haven site, $190,000 annually. $190,000. Gottlieb, $78,000 annually. DRS, $107,000 annually. Cousins and Sons Development, $602,000 annually. Seaglass Properties, that's in Estate Thomas, $602,000 annually. Seaglass Properties is $106,000. We have another Seaglass property at $52,000 annually. We're still looking for places on St. John. We identified 2 new locations, but we're still looking for one that's more affordable.
Thank you for your response. What we're going to ask you to do is send the information back to the committee so it could be clear for us, okay?
No problem, Senator.
Oh, actually, I think it's in the post-audit report, but let me ask you, those locations that you shared with us, those are like locations for office space, or what's the purpose of those locations?
Well, we have several FEMA projects that are actually requiring us to move out of those
Got it.
locations, so yes, office.
So just for clarification, because we always want to make sure that the narrative that's put out there is correct. So those particular facilities or new locations are really tied to FEMA dollars. FEMA funds are paying for those locations because of the relocation of the staff, the office space, et cetera, as a result of repairs taking place at the actual home, correct? Home of the VIPD locations that
That's
needs to be repaired.
That's correct.
I want to make sure that we put on the record because as it was shared, it sounded as though this is local funds that we are utilizing for new space. So this space is for the purposes of allowing the repairs to take place at the current damaged facilities that that VIPD is currently housing, correct?
So, Senator, not all, and I want to clarify that.
Okay, so we need the clarification.
Yes, I need to clarify that. So, some locations, yes, but for the most part, no. We're requesting an increase in the budget from the general fund because the projects cannot move forward with us being in the building, with our personnel being in the building.
Okay, so I'm unclear. So when FEMA approved these repairs, or I don't know what it is, total rebuild, I don't know. When FEMA
retrofit.
Did the approvals, did it not give any consideration for rental?
No.
No, Senator.
And was there an ask for the rental?
I am unsure, sir. I'll have to get
I
back
believe
to you on that.
there was.
You can speak.
Acting Director of Facilities Management and Properties, there was an ask and it was not given.
I see. So I want to go back to the overtime comment that was made earlier because I am very mindful of the type of information that's placed on the record. I don't know that any of us in this space, particularly on this side of the aisle, are advocating for us to reduce overtime to the detriment of our community. What we're saying is overtime needs to be managed in a manner that we can afford it. As we look at the numbers, the overtime for the Virgin Islands Police Department is somewhere over $14 million outside of
What was budgeted for us?
what's currently budgeted.
We're tracking Senator.
So as leaders who are responsible for the purse string, it is our job to continue to press on the concern that we have, because if we are spending $14 million, it means that it's coming from somewhere, correct?
Correct, Senator.
And it means that as we have these conversations every hearing that we've conducted. How much outstanding vendors payments do we have? I think you shared that you have outstanding vendor payments from 2023 of April. This is a result of why vendors are unable to be paid, because we continue to have this structural deficit. So we have to be responsible leaders and ensure that we are able to manage the process. And I think you guys said something very important. You said, look, we have some individuals who are at higher salaries that's getting most of the overtime, and you need to figure out how to even out the overtime. That will allow us to see a reduction in numbers. So I just want to make sure I put on the record to make sure that there is no narrative leaving this meeting that any one of us in here are trying to reduce overtime to the detriment of this community, because we know of our challenges that we have as it relates to crime in the territory. You're recognized for your point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for that clarity. To the leases of these properties that were just listed, and thank you, Acting Commissioner Brooks, for the clarity also that not all of these are federal FEMA dollars. But any of these rented properties, are we actually occupying all these properties, or we're paying for property that we have yet to occupy?
Acting Director Hughes, we're in the stages of moving in now. We're in the final stages, some final components, but we're about to be moving in the next couple of weeks.
So then I got to answer it then. So the answer to my question is yes, you are paying for space that we have yet to occupy?
No.
No? So of all the lists that you just listed, you're occupying all these spaces?
No, the list was what was budgeted for.
Let me go to Gottlieb. We're paying for Gottlieb?
We're paying for Gottlieb.
Are we occupying Gottlieb at this time?
Not at this time, Senator.
How long have we been paying for Gottlieb and not occupying this property?
I don't have the exact date, but for some time.
So, through the chair, I would like to get that information as well. And that's why I'm asking the question. Because we're paying for property, we have a habit in this government of doing this. And I keep saying I prefer to see our dollars spent in repairing government-owned buildings and retrofitting it. So, no, but you just missed it. I was asking for you to get it because we're paying for space. I'm glad we could laugh on it, because this ain't no joking matter. We spending money like drunken sailors. And people will get upset with me when I say we don't have a money problem. But we have a money management problem, and it is here again. So the space with regards to Gottlieb, through the chair, let us know how long we have been paying for this property that we have yet to occupy. And I'm sure that we should be able to get that response before this hearing ends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
When do we intend to occupy the space?
in the next coming weeks.
And how long have you had that lease?
I don't have the exact date in front of me, but for some time.
Somebody know. How long? How long?
February 2023, Senator. February 2023. However, we're in the final stages, and personnel will be moving into that location by the mid of next month. I can assure you of that.
So, this space was being upfitted or something?
Yes, Senator. So we had to ensure that the internet, I'll have Director Tweed go a little more in depth, but we had to ensure that there was technology, i.e. internet and so forth in the building. The building is already built out. We just need to close out the loop on the drops for the internet, and then we can move those personnel in. The intent was to get them in by this week. However, I think there was a delay. Director Tweed, you could speak more on that.
Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. So the Gully location, there were some more network drops, as the Commissioner mentioned, that needed to be installed. Right now, we're waiting for VINGN to complete the internet connection for that site, or the network connection, I should say.
So you had to utilize your funding to build out the space? How was the space built out? The upfitting of the space?
Well, there wasn't much built out to be done, Senator. It was really us moving in our items, our stuff, but there was no internet access. There wasn't much built out per se.
So why would it take a year and 4 or 5 months?
So the site, sorry, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. The site did have some basic network drops, but there were some additional drops that needed to be installed in that location to be able to provide efficient service for the workers that we were going to place down there.
And it took us a year and change to do that? Wow. Senator, let me ask the next question. Wait, okay, you could go ahead. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to my Virgin Islands Police Department family. Welcome, and thank you to those men and women that continue to put their life at risk for this community every single day. We truly appreciate you doing that. So in the post-audit report, there is a total of about 37 different rental or leases at the tune of $3.2 million on an annual basis. And if in fact some of these are just for a short term, I think it'll provide some clarity and some understanding if we could really put some timelines in some of these rentals so it doesn't look so glaring. It's hard to believe that we're spending $3.2 million in rental on an annual basis. In 5 years, that would be $15 million. In 10 years, it will be $30 million. And you know that when we move in places, we don't like to go. We're there forever. So I think that it'll be good if you could at least identify some of those areas, and all of the rentals here or the leases speaks to general fund according to the funding source by the post-audit report. Every single one of them. There's none that makes any reference to them being FEMA. So if there's some clarity that's needed, I will suggest that you take the time to provide the clarity and send it back to the legislature. Overtime is don't look all the same. Individuals that make $40,000 compared to an individual that make $107,000, overtime don't look the same. 10 hours of overtime in one direction versus 10 hours of overtime in the other direction don't look the same. Do you have a policy as it pertains to overtime right now?
Yes, Senator, we do.
What is the policy?
Caroline Watley, Director of Planning and Research. What we have is a directive that was sent from the previous commissioner relative to overtime.
It's a general order or a directive?
It's a directive, to my knowledge. The chiefs probably could expound on that a little bit more.
Chiefs issue directive, commissioners issue general orders. But either way, there is a policy in place to at least kind of control or at least minimize overtime or engage some other authority to be able to authorize the payment of overtime, correct?
Yes, Senator. It speaks to, based on rank, how many amount of hours you authorize to work during a pay period.
And comfortable that that's being enforced?
Not, we can do a better job at it.
And do I hear a commitment from you that you'll be doing a better job
Yes.
at this?
Yes, Senator, you do.
Thank you. So you're currently on an automatic 12-hour shift. All officers work a 12-hour shift?
Yes, Senator.
And what's the schedule? 12 what? 12-3, 12-4s? How is that broken down?
Sean Sanzo, Chief of Police, St. Croix. It's at a 12-2. However, the commanders are able to give a 12-3 so that to give the officers some time off. The reason why we have the commanders control that is because they have a better understanding of who's out on leave, sick calls, and so on and so forth.
And is that across the board territory-wide? Is St. Thomas also doing the same 12-hour shift?
Stephen Philip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas, St. John Water District. Yes.
How is that working out for you? Are you able to maximize additional manpower as a result of the 12-hour shift?
Sometimes we fall short in certain areas because of individuals going on annual leave, sick time. And also, too, we're here in the St. Thomas District. We actually have Zone A, Zone C, the different zones. And we have to make sure we man those zones all the time. So sometimes if a zone is short, of course, Zone A will have to handle with Zone C. So basically, you know, we had a discussion about our self-management, looking to centralize and to making one area because people don't want to be police no more. Like, I'll be honest, it's like we recruit them, we go there, we try to get people, bringing people in, and then sometimes we do the background checks or whatever, and it's challenging.
So let's talk about that a little bit because that's been troubling me as well. We can't have the same level of requirements for police officers today that we had 20 years ago. This police force ain't about brute and force. Not because you could do 100 push-up and run a mile and whatever means that you're going to be an excellent police officer. Have we done any evaluation? Have we made a determination how adjustment could be made? Of course, not significantly or dropping the standard by which we could still get qualified individuals on board. Because people are signing up. I know of 20 individuals I'm hearing that sign up as applicant right now that continue to wait for psychological, they're waiting for other PAT testing and all kind of other things in order to do this. So there is an interest. When we talk about the other agencies that's able to capitalize on these officers, is mean that individuals want to be police officers. Why are they not wanting to be a VIPD police officer is something else that we got to take a look at. Commissioner. Real quick, as my time runs, I wanted to ask you about the 157 vehicles. You talk about specialized equipment that's required. How many of those 157 vehicles have been assigned?
30 seconds.
Okay, so Senator, to answer your question, Acting Commissioner Brooks, so more than about 80% of those vehicles are on the road at this
How many
time.
vehicles? How many vehicles are still up at property and procurement?
Just short of 40, and those vehicles were designated for patrol.
And what is the specialized equipment that those vehicles? How long they been there for?
They've been there quite a while, Senator.
What's up quite a while?
We're looking better half of a year, sir.
1 year.
Yes, Senator.
What is the current contract for operating a vehicle?
That's what, 3 years?
Huh?
3 years, Senator.
3 years
Yes,
or
sir.
80,000 miles?
80,000 miles. They haven't changed. It hasn't
3 years,
changed.
hasn't
Yes.
changed?
Yes, sir.
So that we have not used a vehicle for a whole year, so we only have a shelf life of 2 years on those vehicles right now that have been sitting there. What type of specialized equipment they required for them to move?
So, Senator, those vehicles, we had some designated pieces of equipment on their data casting as well as kits that would allow the unit to actually stay on the road. Each individual vehicle would have its own internet connection to allow the officer to actually stay on the road, Spillman as well as the other side.
The vehicle have a wheel, they have engine. I mean, we don't park up a vehicle because we want them to be able to communicate. Or, I mean, that could come afterwards.
So
Time.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, Senator, I'm all in agreement with you. You won't get an argument out of me on that. So, what we have done, we have since got with the vendor and expedited those vehicles to get them out on the road as soon as possible. So, those vehicles are actually being moved out onto the road at this time.
Do you currently have a shortage of vehicles?
For patrol, yes, Senator.
But we got 40 vehicles at park up and we're waiting for them to communicate. Madam Chair, if I could just wrap up with two additional. I get passionate about this because this is why I spent 25 years of my life. If they ask me to come back, I'll come back for free. You even got to pay me. The cadet program. What's going on with the cadet program right now? I saw that you spoke about some of that in in your testimony, but what's happening with the cadet program?
So we've since rejuvenated the cadet program on St. Croix. We've had some success, and we're in the process of doing the same thing here on St. Thomas. But on St. Croix, we've seen some success, as noted in my testimony, relative to having personnel interested and actually graduating through the program and moving them forward into the department.
Can I hear some of the success stories? Who's in charge? Who's overlooking it? The director?
Director.
So currently, Director of Human Resources. So currently, the cadet program fall under me for the time being. Currently, the cadet program fall under me for the time being. Of course, I want to give thanks to Ms. Linda James, she's the teacher a part of the program, as well as the Principal Moorhead for having the program in the school. So 2 times a week, we will have either somebody from VAPD or myself teach the curriculum. This curriculum is a already made curriculum from the States, completely online. So of course, when we teach the kids, they have a laptop, and when we do quizzes and tests, they can be graded immediately. And during the entire time, of course, they teach about forensic, the criminal justice system, as well as we do physical education with the kids. So near the end of the program, they took the final examination. Of course, all of them passed, and of course, we had a graduation from the program. Out of the 10 people that was involved in the program, 5 indicating that, hey, they want to move forward into being police officers. But as you know, to be an officer, you have to be at age 21, at least 20 by the time you enter the academy. So therefore, we were able to get funding for 5 CSO positions, temporary, to house them in it for 2 years. So during the 2 years, of course, we will be involved in sending them to different trainings in the academy, as well as physical education. So by the time they hit the academy, they should already have a head start. And as well as keeping on the trouble for 2 years. Because, as soon as you graduate high school, many of the kids don't have opportunity to find a job. At least they have a job, they're making money, so at least they can start their life in those 2 years. So by the time they reach the academy, they're already straight financially.
Thank you for that, and congratulations on the restart of the cadet program. I'm hoping we could get the same thing going in the St. Thomas and John district. And my last question in this round is about the build-out of the Patrick Sweeney headquarters. What's the status of the work there, the Patrick Sweeney headquarters building?
Okay, Director Hughes, Special Projects will answer that.
Thank you.
Acting Director Hughes, the Patrick Sweeney project is well on the way. We had the FCD Federal Consistency Determination meeting with DPNR. The application was submitted and is now in review. We're moving towards 60% drawings with the A&E firm. We're moving forward in the pre-construction phase going to the end of this year.
Is there a requirement for BMV to relocate during that phase, or what's happening? Are you working with BMV to make sure that occurs simultaneous with the process that you're going through?
Yes, there's a urgent need for BMV to be removed from the location for demolition of the old Patrick Sweeney site, and we've been working in communication with them to get that on the way as well.
Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So let's just go back quickly to the 157 vehicles. So you shared that the vehicles that are currently sitting, that's not in use, what was required is that they needed upfitting?
Yes, Senator.
And who was responsible for the upfitting of those vehicles?
The local vendor, Senator.
So the local vendor who you purchased the vehicles from, or another vendor?
Negative, Senator. So in the past, the vehicles came from the state side already retrofitted. As most of the personnel who are former VIPD know, we've had issues with them in the past when these vehicles come in. If it's the wrong wiring and so forth, the local vendor would now have to do a complete rewiring, which will end up costing us money. So the decision was made to have those vehicles retrofitted locally, thus, of course, allowing those funds to be circulated within our local economy. That moved forward as planned. The unmarked vehicles, the vehicles that went to CIB and those different supportive entities, those vehicles, they were retrofitted on time and they were submitted out. Hence, only 40 of the vehicles that were remaining down in property and procurement, and those are the vehicles for patrol. And those vehicles have the bulk of the technology that we needed for those specific units. So the outfitter, local outfitter like EPAC and so forth, they were able to complete all those specific requirements. But the outfitter that needed to put like the data casting, cradle points and so forth, those entities, those pieces of equipment, they just started to trickle in. So as a result, that's what hold up the process. But we went ahead and made a decision. Until those parts come in, just go ahead and push those vehicles out. And as you can, if you look, you'll see some of those vehicles on the road today.
So is it that the vendor paid for the previous work? I'm trying to understand, why would it take the vendor? It have to be something.
So yes, the vendor for that specific portion of it, well, all the vendors have been paid to include that vendor, yes, Senator.
But why would it take them a year plus to get the upfitting, the equipment necessary to upfit the vehicles? And why would we wait for a vendor to do that? Why did we move on to the next vendor?
Senator, the vendor was already paid. So
Yeah, see, it's that kind of, we cannot allow businesses to hold us hostage.
Agreed.
I mean, you can't pay people up front and then they go, yeah, and change the waiting, because then we criticize and saying that you ain't doing your job. Or if you don't pay a vendor for the equipment, then I would move on and sue them and get my money back. But because this makes zero sense to me, how that something like this could happen. I mean, you have delays, but not a year and change of delays. That's just not satisfactory.
You agree?
And who's that vendor?
Bronx Communications.
Yeah, Bronx Communication. Yeah, that's not acceptable. Yeah, we have challenges, policing challenges. We can't afford to, allow stuff like this to go on without expressing our concerns. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And between you and the President, y'all asked some of the questions already. Let me go back to, does maintenance have its own activity center?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Sandra Webster, CFO. Could you repeat the question, please?
Why not? Why doesn't maintenance have its own activity center?
Because maintenance is part of support services, which we support the police department.
You see how much money is we spending?
Or
We should have a breakdown. They're under support services, yes, but they should have a breakdown.
no. So what I'm saying is all of the cost centers, all of the activity centers, they include their full operational budget. So every single cost center, if it's police operations, have repairs in police operations. If it's the commissioner's office, support services, wherever the repairs is going to come from, because each activity center is self-inclusive.
Acting Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Take a look at that, please.
Will do, sir.
Thank you. Because that ain't really clicking with me. Now, I know you just got in the driver's seat, but have you given any thought on how you will prioritize spending in the department? And especially as it pertains to overtime spending. Have you given it any thought?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator. So it's been some discussion.
I just want to make sure. Okay. And I think you did mention before that you do have policies in place for overtime.
That's correct, Senator.
And again, just for my clarity, were they, the President did ask whether directive or general order? Which one is it?
Directive, Senator.
So these are from the chiefs?
No, Senator. That's directive from the Commissioner's office.
So why don't we have a general order coming from the Commissioner's office?
That would be forthcoming, sir.
That would make it policy.
Yeah, that would be forthcoming, sir.
Because that's needed. How you plan to hold personnel accountable for this overtime spending that we're seeing?
Well,
Again, this overtime spending, two things I'm seeing: scheduling and abuse. How are we going to address that? I have been asking commissioner behind commissioner and now another commissioner about redeployment. When are we going to get serious and do it? Just Police Week gone. I can't even remember how many times my phone rang asking, what going on, what going on? All it was a motorcade going with police cars. And the one citizen count every police car and said they see more than one person in the vehicle. If you have all those vehicles on the road, how in the world we don't have coverage on the streets? It really hurts me to know that I get in calls after midnight or text messages after midnight telling me about the coverage that we have in both districts. So we could dwindle from having 3 or 4 cars on the road between 8 and 4. And between 4 and 12, we could knock it down to 2 cars. And then in the midnight hour, if you have 1, you're good. That can't be safe for the officers that the former commissioner just thanked for all that they're doing. The last thing I know any chief want to do or any commissioner want to do is go knock on somebody's door to tell them the bad news. How are we going to address this through accountability? Because you see what I have here? I have here to, again, like I did the last time, the top 5 overtime makers in each district. And when I see what I am seeing here as inspector and as internal affairs supervisor and later as the commissioner special assistant, these things is what we were addressing directly. This is an abuse that I am seeing. In St. Thomas, I'm seeing where you have a sergeant at the tune of $82,000 annually, base pay, made to date over $145,000 in overtime payment. A captain at $107,000 base pay, and I'm giving at the lower end, I ain't rounding it up, I'm giving at the lower end, at $107,000 base pay, made over $137,000 to date. A lieutenant at a base pay of $83,000, making in excess of $136,000. Another lieutenant at $95,000 base pay made $121,000 plus. And another lieutenant at $90,000 clocked over $130,000. In the St. Croix district, a sergeant at $82,000 base pay clocked over $202,000 to date. An officer at $71,000 clocked over $163,000 in overtime
1 minute.
to date. A sergeant at $69,000 base pay clocked over $150,000 in overtime to date. Another sergeant at $72,000 clocking over $129,000 to date. And a captain at $100,000 clocked over $118,000 in overtime to date. The same thing the chair spoke about. We have some individuals that are already at a base pay 6 digits. Why are they clocking this type of overtime? I'm seeing captains and lieutenants here that don't write a 1A report. None of them that I looked at wrote one traffic citation, not one, which is a revenue generator. I sure none of them may make an arrest in the years. And I'm telling you, I have more than this, because I went back and I clocked it from 2022, 2023, now to 2024. This is a total runaway train. And the abuse is being allowed to happen. Until management put their feet down and stop this, it's going to continue. But we almost lock up people for this, But it is allowed to happen. And it's allowed to happen because our wives are doing it, our girlfriends doing it, our cousin are doing it. So we don't want to stop it. Enough is enough.
30 seconds.
May I respond?
You may respond.
So, Senator, I can appreciate your passion because everything you just said, we have sat in our meetings and discussed. Hence the reason why we can't change what occurred in the past. What we can do affect what happens in the future. That is our goal. So our intent is to curtail it. Like I said, we have discussions with OMB. Everything you said was said in that meeting as well. These are things that we need to address. We are looking at measures and, of course, enforcing the overtime directive that was put down. We will make that a general order as per your suggestion, and our intent is to ensure that specifically those, particularly with the higher ranking personnel that sit in those roles, because, of course, they generate way more overtime than a regular officer. Officers, like you say, you have a point. They're the ones that are, that's where the rubber meets the road. It's understandable when they do overtime, but we do have to address that issue. And we appreciate your candor on it, and we continue to address it, and we're going to get it where it needs to be.
And please, just not on paper.
No, we got
just not on paper.
Thank you.
Do what we must. If I may wrap up here, Madam Chair. So my colleague already asked about the 40,000 for the Police Athletic League. We appropriate funding for the Police Athletic League. Why is it we were seeing that parents were to be charged, and I believe it was upwards of $75 a child to attend the PAL program? After seeing that out on the social media, I saw where there was a cancellation, and I don't know whether or not the summer program took place. Did the summer program take place? And if so, I hope no parents were charged that type of money.
I think Commissioner Brooks again. Thank you, Senator, for that question. And yes, that was the case. We addressed that matter. The summer program did actually occur, and no one was charged for it. We addressed that matter.
Great. And you're ready. I want you to submit to the chair as well when you're submitting the listing of those rental spaces. Identify all those that are not currently occupied. And was the vessel received, the Marine Unit vessel for St. Thomas?
Senator, no, that we have not received that vessel as yet. We're waiting the payment for shipping and wrapping, and then we should be receiving that vessel as soon as that's complete.
And on page 4, where you spoke to the $106,000 in Homeland Security grant funds for tactical equipment, is the $50,000 from the $106,000 or a separate $50,000? If the $160,000 is specifically for tactical equipment, how are we spending $50,000 of that for election process?
Good afternoon, Senator. Florence Clareson, Director of Federal Grants. It is separate. We specifically applied for funding to help us with the election process to ensure that it's in line with Homeland Security.
So the 50,000 is from the 106?
No, it's not. It's separate.
It's separate.
Correct.
Okay. So then you actually receive 156,000.
Right, but we wanted to identify that funding was established for specifically for the election process.
Okay. And that 200,000 for the real-time crime center? I mean the 200.
2 million.
I mean the 2 million.
2 million.
Sorry. It's been sitting for too long, 2 years, and we're still talking about renting. The kind of money that we spend in here in overtime. Imagine if we outfit our own government property or purchase a property and outfit it, retrofit it to what we want it to be. We will have a state of the art. What will we continue to do? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So let me see if I understand some of this terminology that was being used. So they're orders, that's what it's called?
General orders.
General
Senator.
orders.
They come from
And-
the Commissioner's office.
Okay, so I thought they say, no, directives. Who issues the directives?
Well, there are two separate things. The Commissioner and the Chief's office can issue directives,
Okay,
but the
so-
general orders specifically come from the Commissioner's
So we
office.
have two chiefs here with us today, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask this question to them directly because I'll tell you the information that was just shared by my colleague, the majority leader, is extremely concerning. So I think he asked the question, but in his, obvious frustration, he didn't pause for a response. But there is an accountability component that we're not hearing. We're hearing we're going to fix it. But as I look around the room, I don't really see any new faces that's before us. So if we are seeing, if the information is correct that my colleague shared, and I'm certain that it is, then from an accountability perspective, why is it that we are not addressing that or haven't addressed that? Because I've been in the Senate for this is my 6th year. This conversation has been going on for as long as I could remember sitting here, and I'm certain it has been going on before. So to the chiefs, if you are seeing that, what is it that you all are doing internally? Because you can't expect, the assistant commissioner and the commissioners to do everything. What are you doing? And this is both districts to eliminate, because we got to go back to it, because one of my colleagues talk about not reducing overtime, and they don't want to see this and they don't want to see that. But we are not having a reduction of overtime conversation. We're having an accountability discussion. What are you doing internally to ensure that there is some level of accountability? Because if that information is accurate, and we having people making overtime in the hundreds, over $100,000 on top of their base, what are we doing? I'll start with
Chief Santos, St. Croix District. I'll use one of the supervisors that the good senator called out. I addressed him just last week in front of his lieutenant of some issues, and that was addressed. To include, when it comes to the directives that was turned in or sent out, when it comes to overtime justifications, we go through the overtime justification sheets to ensure that the overtime that is being requested and is not any type of fraudulent type or abuse of overtime. So we've been addressing it as we go along, ma'am.
So how are you addressing it? Because you say you're having a conversation with an individual, but it seems like a broader issue. There must be, in my mind, if there's overtime that's being allowed, there must be an approval process. People don't just arbitrarily, I hope,
That is
arbitrarily
correct.
decide that, I'm working overtime tomorrow.
Right, that is correct. There is an approval process. And once those overtime justification sheets come in, we do go over them. And sometimes, there are times that we do disapprove those requests.
So we're still seeing the numbers. So what is wrong? What's wrong?
Well, ma'am, to be honest, we have a lot of times, we're trying to fulfill the timelines for a lot of the consent decree objectives. There are times that we have to get on top of our commanders because there are certain justifications that they put in for that could be denied from that stage that is not being denied, and then it gets to the chief's office, and then now we have to address it.
St. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District. Senator, it is a challenge. We get lots of requests from community members every day in reference to if it's to a walk, we need police presence for something. We look at the overtime all the time. As Chief Santos said, we have an overtime justification form. So when supervisors, officers do overtime, they have to do the overtime justification form. We look at it, we critique it, and if we see something, we take it back. But also too, we have the union, the contractual agreements that we have to just like say, call out. We have incidents that happen. So LESU under their contract, they are called out, and when they are called out and they come out, it's automatic 3 hours. So we have it is a lot of different variables that plays a role, and when incidents happen, we need the boots on the ground like right away. We don't hesitate and leave the community stranded. So we it's so many different factors, Senator. So many different factors.
So I appreciate what you said, but it just sounds to me like you all need support. That there must be that collaboration to support your work in order to eliminate some of what was just shared. I mean, that's information is alarming. So, Commissioner, what are your thoughts?
Senator, I'm full agreement. I'm open to having a discussion. We've talked about this before. The chief hit the nail on the head. We have one union, particularly the LESU, on the 7th day, straight work, and those supervisors go into double time automatically. The contract speaks to it. Our call out is 3 hours by default, even if it's 15 minutes on the street. So these are things that are agreed upon in the consent in the contract, a part of the contractual agreement. So there's so many different factors that play into this, and we need to look at different ways to address this, because it's not solely just a scheduling issue. Because again, the criminal have a say. There's a point we can't determine when something is going to happen, and at that point we have to call out individuals to come and work when may have already met the threshold for overtime. So we have to look at this thing holistically and not just as a scheduling issue. We have to look at the union contracts. We have to look at those. Of course, the scheduling play a major part, but we have to look at it holistically and not just scheduling alone.
I agree. I think that's the resounding message that has been shared this afternoon.
Yeah, and we are open. We are open to whatever we could do to reduce it.
Well, you can't be open, Ain't you open, You gotta do it. You're not open to it because
suggestion. Yeah.
You have to be deliberate. About making sure that this issue is resolved. At least begin to chip away at it. What we're seeing here doesn't show evidence that we're chipping away at it. Now, there is a overarching concern that, and I don't know because I do not work in VIPD, that there is officers or individuals in your office, in the commissioner's office, that are working 12-hour shifts. Is that an accurate statement? Is that accurate information?
Yes. All sworn personnel are on 12-hour shifts. Yes, Senator.
And they're in the commissioner's office. So what are they doing for 12 hours? Is it the commissioner's office is a 24-hour operation?
Okay, so
yes and no, but
okay,
you know where I'm going.
All right, so I'm going to answer this way, Senator. So previously we've heard stories that the commissioner's office are these units that don't do anything to support operation. That's not the case. The units that were previously under the commissioner's office are now under the chief's office. The only unit that stands underneath the commissioner's office at this time are the consent decree units, which is CCMU and those entities that are working on the consent decree, training and the training academy. And those units do work the same amount of time to conduct their duties. So all of the you go ahead, Senator. Sorry.
You are satisfied with having individuals within the commissioner's office on 12-hour shifts and not on patrol. You're satisfied with that?
Well, Senator, they do support patrol and some operations they do. However, but
When you say support patrol, what does that mean?
If there's a need for them to support, whether it's doing overtime or whether we have an initiative or whatever the case may be, that can be the case. But what you're saying is because they work, and I'm trying to understand what
I
you're
ain't saying
saying.
I'm asking because
Right.
I don't know.
Right. So I'm trying to understand if it's because they work internal affairs, they can't work a 12-hour shift. Because, again, they're still subject to the same rules as those in operations. If there's a call-out, whether it's a shooting that involves an officer, they still have to come out. So they're on the same schedule as those in operations. It's only a handful of officers in those units. Training has... In either district, training has a small number of personnel, but now we have academy in place. So, again, those personnel work those shifts to prepare the classes, and when upon completion, they have to prepare for the next day. Those things fall in line with the 12-hour shift. So that's
You're
what
running
I'm
the
getting at.
operations. If you're good with it, that's not my expertise. So I have other colleagues where the work of policing is their expertise. So I can't go back and forth with you on this one.
Yeah, I got you.
I do not know, but I'm saying that it is an overarching concern, and I urge you to look at it. Okay? Oh boy. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to your statements and the acting commissioner's response regarding call-out, that's a problem. 5 minutes of just showing up guarantees you 3 hours in overtime payment. This is more of a problem than what was explained earlier about whether or not you pay overtime hours after 8 or after 40 hours. This is a problem because we definitely could see where there is an abuse with this. But can we have a commitment from the department that you all will leave here today and discuss and do a new redeployment strategy plan to beef up specifically patrol and traffic? Because you got a bunch of people sitting around in offices. A bunch of people were socially promoted because they said that the consent decree require you to have supervision. And up to now, some of those that are supposed to be patrol sergeants, you see a day in patrol yet. Can we get a commitment from you as the acting commissioner that you all will put your heads together and come up with a redeployment strategy plan?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're going to go to Senator Capehart, and I have to get back to these budget numbers. But before we go to her, let me just ask you quickly. You spoke about a patrol vessel earlier?
Yes, Senator.
And what's the status of it? Is it in operation? Is it being built out? What's the status?
The patrol vessel for the St. Thomas St. Anne District is complete. We're just waiting for the payment for the wrapping because the vessel has to be wrapped and shipped.
So it's not on island?
No, it's not here yet.
And when do you anticipate seeing it on island?
We're hoping that it's here by the end of this month, Senator.
And the payment has been already submitted to the Department
Everything's
of
been
Finance?
submitted. Yes, Senator, correct.
All right, so you're looking forward to seeing it coming on the end of this month?
We are.
And how long has the payment been in the system for payment? End of which month? You mean August?
Yes, Senator, August.
Okay. How long has it been in the system?
I can't speak to specifically. I could get that information.
Did you put it in July? Did you put it in June?
June.
Okay, so it's been in for quite some time. I mean, we have challenges on the ground with crime and on the sea. So these are things that need to be a priority, which naturally you're not in control of what's processed and what's not processed. But it is alarming when you hear and see that these types of transactions are still being held up in the system. Okay, Senator Capehart, thank you for your patience, and you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, to the people of the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon, VIPD. I'm no stranger to VIPD, even though I'm not a former police officer. I had the opportunity to work as an administrator for support services. So I know some of the challenges that you face, Acting Commissioner Brooks. And what I'm going to start with is asking about some of the things like School Security Bureau. School is about to begin, and I would like to find out, are there any new initiatives that VIPD, any new projects as it relates to crime prevention programs that we can look forward this coming year?
Thank you, Senator Ibad. Acting Commissioner Brooks, Virgin Islands Police Department. So, as far as school security, we are preparing for the start of the new school year. One of the things that we have, we're having on the pipeline to complete, hopefully, the plan is before school begins, is to actually open an Office of Youth Services. So that office will pool the weed and seed and PAL programs underneath that office to synchronize most of our efforts with those specific programs and in the schools. So we would like to see as those programs have more relations when it comes to the after-school programs and so forth in the schools. That's something that's on the table right now. We're aggressively discussing that, and we're trying to see how we could best utilize those programs to facilitate the school security division, as well as promotion of healthy activities for the students in the schools.
Well, I have to commend PAL because I see them out there and working in the community, so I'm proud that they're doing what they can in the community. Let's go to the motor pool. Can you tell me what's the status of the St. Thomas motor pool?
So,
and Commissioner, I have 6 minutes and I got 99 questions.
No problem, Senator. Acting Commissioner Brooks again. So, the St. Thomas Motor Pool is temporarily still housed at the property procurement location. We have looked at several additional locations to relocate those personnel. We've not had any success with anything that's adequate for our for what we need as far as the motor pool is. One that we're honing in on. We're trying to get that lease locked in. If we can get that lease locked in, the intent is to move those personnel into that location so we can have an adequate working environment for the personnel that work in the motor pool to support our operation.
Assistant Commissioner Brooks, is going on 2 years that those men have been working in terrible conditions. So do you have a timeline on that?
At this point, I do not, but I can assure you, Senator, it's at the top of the list for us. It is at the top of the list.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question as it pertains to the Training Bureau. Your department trains all the peace officers to meet requirements, their certification requirements. And one thing I've always thought about that VIPD should be charging other departments for academy training. Is there a discussion that you should start charging other departments who need to be trained to become to receive certification, that you charge the department because they come, they get trained, and then there's no cost, there's no charge to the department? Is there any formula that you are talking about to come up with to charge these departments? Because that's a revenue generator for your department.
Acting Commissioner Brooks again, Senator. Thank you for the question. I do agree. However, I have not personally been involved in those communications. I can assure you that the outside agencies do in fact pay for most of the training, equipment and so forth to assist with the training, but I'll let Deputy Commissioner Marsh go more into detail as to exactly what is paid as that falls directly in his realm.
Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh, the outside agencies actually pay for the equipment for their personnel. What we do have them do, some of them are instructors come and assist with the training, but we don't directly bill any outside agency for training any of their individuals. Yes, we have had discussions into the amount it may cost, and I think we came up with about, I think it was like $17,000 per individual, but we have never.
1 minute.
We never went further than a discussion.
I'm just saying, I think that's a good revenue generator for your department. You train these individuals, even though that they pay for their own equipment. Let's talk about MIS. How is VIPD protecting your public safety networks against cybersecurity? I noticed there's in a budget, I think you have
30 seconds.
260,800 for cybersecurity training, but what about protecting your database?
Good day, Kishana, to the Virgin Islands Police Department. So we have various tools that we are utilizing to protect our network, and then we also have cybersecurity training that is for the officers or the personnel department to provide them with that information and education about protecting themselves.
Acting Commissioner Brooks, on the list of your accomplishments, I think the chair talked about, you didn't list your accomplishments. The Real-Time Crime Center, the Red Flag, these are some of big wins for your department. And as the prime sponsor, I have to say that, I have to ask, what is the status of the implementation of these Real-Time Crime Center?
Thank you again, Senator, for that question. Acting Commissioner Brooks. So the Real-Time Crime Center program is moving ahead. We've identified a location, which I think you're aware of that location already. We are aggressively pushing forward to get that lease approved so we could actually start to move in. That's part of the operation from Mars Hill. We are in discussion with FUSOS and the other entities that will help support us with that build-up for the Real-Time Crime Center. And we hope to have bring that program online as soon as possible. We've run into some, because we really can't move forward until we actually lock in the lease for the location. So that is where we are right now.
Madam Chair, if I may conclude with a follow-up question.
You may.
So I have to ask, what is the status of the project across from the Sunshine Mall that I understand that the police department is moving there, and that's where the Real-Time Crime Center was going. So what is the status of that facility? What is your projected dates on that project for Real Crime Center and moving in?
So, Senator, you're right on the money. That is the location for the Real-Time Crime Center. That is the lease I spoke of. That's the lease that we're waiting for final approval. As soon as that is approved, we're ready to move forward. The leased owner is on standby for the approval, so we can start the build out, and then we can proceed with the rest of the operation.
Remember, this is a crime-fighting tool for the department where your license plate readers, your cameras, the body cams, all of that tying in to that Real-Time Crime Center that gives your police officers on the street a tool to help fight crime. As we can see, it's escalating. Every time we hear there's a shooting, let's get this on the go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Okay, let's go back to these numbers quickly. So, in FY 2023, VIPD expended, based on the post-audit report, actuals $54.6 million in personnel and another 15.8 in associated fringe benefits. In FY24, we appropriated $41 million in personnel and 15.5 in fringe and 15.4 actually. And the recommendations for FY25 are basically the same. Small reduction. 261,000 in fringe, give or take. But we're seeing that there is a increased request from 9.8 million to 11.9 million in FY25 to the tune of $2.1 million, which is 22% increase under the other services and charges category. So the majority of that, I'm assuming, is based on the conversation that we were having today around rent. Correct?
Okay, so Sandra Webster, CFO. In our FY 2025, the other services for 11,941,000. That includes our miscellaneous budgets, which are the ones listed on the bottom for 2.186694.
Okay.
The consent decree and all of those are inclusive in that other services figure already.
Okay.
They're not separately stated.
Got it. So they're inclusive of, and this is where, again, the budget that was submitted to this body for FY 26, 25 is very confusing. OMB really need to take a look at how they submitted this information to the legislature. That budget book is very misleading. It appears to be counting information twice. So as you roll it up, you're seeing it to the bottom, you're rolling it up into the, these are separate under the miscellaneous section. So let's talk about posts, right? Suppose, because that would also fall under, I guess what we assume, if there's additional position, then it will fall up under this personnel number, correct? Okay, so where we appropriated some additional funding, yeah, we actually line item it, because we wanted to make sure that posts actually got the funding last fiscal year, which is this fiscal year, 250, 750. Were we able to hire the additional personnel required for posts in FY24? I seen the posts, yes, no?
Director of HR, no.
Why?
When we reached out to OMB, they indicated the appropriation was a one-time appropriation, and that amount will have to be transferred to general fund for continuing use. And when we were doing the budget, they indicated that we didn't have the budget to sustain it.
But wait, we'd appropriate the money that OMB to say, where's one-time appropriation? So you're saying that this 250 that we appropriated was for naught? Okay, so the OMB director, acting director coming down here, I think, tomorrow. We're going to deal with this. We have a couple of things we need to deal with. Police Athletic League, St. Thomas, 40,000. Recommendation 28. Did you receive the Police Athletic League 40,000 for fiscal year, a portion thereof for fiscal year 24?
Yes, we did.
And how does this $2,000 impact, the reduction impact VIPD?
That really is a typo. It's 40,000 for each island.
For fiscal year 21?
For fiscal year 2025 and for fiscal year 2024 and previous years. Never been.
Huh? So I'm going to ask the post editor to look for it, but if they say 38,000, then it's 38,000. It's not a typo. That's what they are recommending.
So we've spoken to OMB about this, and they've said that they will handle it during the write-up.
What write-up? They don't do the write-up already?
At the beginning of our fiscal year, we're allowed to go in, and if there were any corrections that need to be made within the same amount of money, we're allowed to make the corrections.
Once we appropriate the money, there's no corrections. We would have to make the corrections. Yeah. You understand? So if we appropriate, if they said 38,000 and we appropriate 38,000, then it's 38,000. Okay, unless we make an amendment and give the additional 2. Let's talk about the weed and seed program. Sorry, go ahead.
So the 2,000 would need to be transferred from the weed and seed program to the PAL program. To
So
make
that's
the
what
PAL program 40. And
that's
the
what the
weed and
imbalance
seed 90.
is.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I could see that, right? Okay, so we can And these are the things as you made your testimony, you should have said that to us so we could be clear. That's why I always go back to the numbers. So there is a sort of a transposition between the two programs. All right, so we get that. Bavoni, this says Bavoni Weed and Seed. I know that, tell us, because I'm getting messages that there is no Weed and Seed program in this district. I don't know if it's true. What is the status of the Weed and Seed program? Who's running the Weed and Seed program in the St. Thomas St. John district?
So, Senator, the plan for Weed and Seed and Palace have one coordinator as opposed to two, one per either district, one coordinator to manage both, and employees personnel in either district to support. Now, the Weed and Seed program is listed, I think, by Senate as Bavoni Weed and Seed. That money is still there, has not been used for this past year. I think I'll let Ms. Webster go more into detail relative to that. However, but the Weed and Seed program has been operational, particularly in St. Croix as well as PAL, but that money is for St. Thomas was listed as Bavoni Weed and Seed, and the monies are still there.
Okay, so was the $90,000 released or a portion of it?
Sandra Webster, CFO. The money gets released every month.
How much has
as
been released, Ms. Webster?
I'm sorry?
How much of the $90,000 has been released?
90,000 divided by 12 times 10.
Okay, so the majority of the funds has
The
been
majority
released.
of the funds, yeah,
So-
at the end
so-
of the fiscal year.
So how are we comfortable? So are we saying that we have not expended any of the funding that has been released thus far for the Bavoni Weed and Seed program? Weed and Seed, let's take our Bavoni. Have we expended any Weed and Seed dollars for fiscal year 24 for this district?
For St. Thomas. So, Sandra Webster, CFO. Since Bavoni Weed and Seed is passed through VIPD, as is our Crime Stoppers, because they're a 501. So we have to wait until the end of the fiscal year so that we can have at least Crime Stoppers prefer to have their money in one lump sum at the end of the fiscal year. So we wait until the end of the fiscal year when all the funds have been released, and we write them a check for their monies that are due down.
Okay. Additional concern based on your response. Do we have, because I'm still not clear, do we have children that we are supporting in this district under this Weed and Seed program? Yes or no?
Senator, no at this time. If you allow me to get you offline, I will talk to you offline relative to that. However, no, Senator. Short answer is no.
So this is the issue. So what we do is we sacrifice our children for our personality differences. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And if y'all wanted this change, because we thought we had changed it, then come back and say, look, we need a language, we need an amendment to this name. But to not have a Weed and Seed program in this district, and then saying that Crime Stoppers, they prefer to get their money at the end of the fiscal year, but that money was supposed to be used in this fiscal year.
Right, no, I mean when all the allotment has been released. That they can get their full money in one lump sum.
But how are you going to give them money this year when the fiscal year is done? So then you're saying to me that if they didn't have a program in fiscal year 24, then we should not be appropriating any money in fiscal year 25.
Talking about Crime Stoppers? Sorry?
I'm talking about this Weed and Seed. Yeah, we shouldn't be appropriating any money in 25 because the money that you're appropriating in 24 was not used for any of the children or the youths in this district. So it means that we have, and the funds were released to you, and you're saying that you're transferring it over to Crime Stoppers?
No, they're two different
so then what
appropriation. There's Crime Stoppers get 100,000, and Bovoni we don't see get 90. Now, I have not been in discussion with Bovoni about their monies. I know that they're a 501, and we once the allotments are released, they will get their monies. Crime Stoppers prefer their money at the end of the fiscal year. They have incurred expenses. Sorry, they have incurred expenses during the fiscal year, and that money goes to settle those expenses.
How are the funds released? Is it a hard check or is it just released in a system?
It's a hard check.
So do you have a checking account with this funding in it?
No, we write a check that goes directly to the pass-through entity.
And what's the name of that entity?
Crime Stoppers.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstand the question.
No. I was saying that to one of my colleagues. Sorry. We got to look at this. I don't know that you could send this money to a pass-through entity. It is specific to weed and seed. Right. We're talking, I agree with you that we're talking about two different things, and I'm hearing my colleague in my ear shut. Right? But what they're saying, I think if I'm clear, is once those funds are sent, you are transferring those funds over to Crime Stoppers. And well, it's two different.
No, not Crime Stoppers money go to Crime Stoppers.
So you moving money over, but you don't have any children in the program. So what are you doing with the money?
Okay, so Acting Commissioner Brooks,
you understand?
Senator, so I think we're talking about two different things.
Well,
right? So Crime Stoppers is a call-in number, the 800 number for assistance. And you have a tip, you call in 800, you call that number, you get a tip. The tip leads to something, an arrest, a tangible arrest, then Crime Stoppers release that money as a reward. That's something totally different from weed and seed.
But I was only talking about weed and seed.
Right, so this is where I just realized that we're talking about two totally different things.
Okay, so let's ask it again.
Right.
For clarification, are you getting a check, or how is the money for weed and seed being sent to VIPD as we speak in fiscal year 24?
It's a release of allotment from OMB
It's an
with the rest of
allotment.
our budget.
So it's part of your budget, so it's on the system.
Yes, it is.
And you have not been drawing on any of those funds?
No, we have not.
Okay, wow. Miss Sun? Okay. So those funds will be lost in fiscal year 24.
So my understanding, and from paperwork that I received, that
Yeah.
Bovoni is a 501. Tracy? And so those, as I don't want to bring up Crime Stoppers again, but Crime Stoppers
Don't
is
say
also...
Crime Stoppers. We're not talking
It's
about
just
Crime Stoppers.
no, the reason I'm saying that is because those are the two entities at VIPD that are handled similarly, because they are 501 corporations.
Yes, but
non-profits.
I'm not asking you about Crime Stoppers. I think that's where the confusion keep coming
Okay.
in. I'm specific to weed and seed.
Okay.
Last fiscal year when we worked on weed and seed, the former commissioner had an issue. I said, write the policy around it. It's one thing to have an issue, and then the next thing is to write a policy so we could get it done. We could have a feeling about whatever we want to have a feeling. If we don't write a policy and we don't do what we're supposed to do, then it does not happen. And this is what's happening with this, clearly. Right? Acting Commissioner?
Yes,
Yeah, we can have all these ideas that we want, but if we don't stop and deal with it, then guess what? In this instance, whatever concerns we had with this particular program, the children are the ones that's not benefiting from this.
Agreed.
It's wrong.
Agree, son. Agree.
Let's keep going. Excessive force consent decree. 1.8? That's a contract? That's the consent decree amount that we have to pay to the, I forget what you call those people, the
Independent Monitoring Team,
the monitoring team?
IMT.
We still paying them 1.8, although we only have three areas that we need to, what do you call it, paragraphs?
3 paragraphs remaining.
Yeah, we still paying them 1.8?
Yes, Senator.
And when are you going to petition to lower the amount?
Correction, Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh. So the 1.8 is not totally contracted to the IMT. The IMT contract was 1.2 for the past 2 years. 1.2
1.2, okay.
for the past 2 years. So it expires in November of this year.
Okay.
So what we are doing is we're going to meet to get another scope since the paragraph that they're actually monitoring has been reduced. So I expect the cost for the next contract to be reduced.
But y'all gotta fight a little harder, you know, because if y'all were successful in getting a reduction, then we shouldn't be, your contract should have some sort of language in there that speaks to if you are able to move out of these particular areas, then there must be an opportunity for renegotiation, or there must be an opportunity where the contracts clearly states this is amount it will be lowered by. Why would we be paying them the whole 1.2 when in fact there are areas that you were able to move off the table?
So it's not moved off the table completely, right? So even though we've gotten substantial compliance with those paragraphs, there's still a 2-year monitoring period where they still have to review it and then eventually submit to the court that, hey, we monitored for 2 years and we could take this out of the consent decree totally like we have done with training.
This is part of the ACLUs. ACLUs are part of this? No?
No.
All right, because you know that these types of consent decrees are, you know, opportunities for folks to make money. That's outside of the respective state or city. I'm very familiar. We did that for a long time with the Bureau of Corrections, and we're still doing it. All right, I think I see Senator DeGraff is back here. There's a point of information from Senator DeGraff. You may Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your point of information, and we're going to go to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This weed and seed and panel discussion is the exact reason why I asked earlier about the Crime Prevention Bureau Director. Do we have one? Yes? Oh, no, I can't remember what you said.
No, we do not.
We do not. we got to take this definitely serious. But regarding my point of information through the chair, regarding the post-hiring, being unable to hire, whose decision was it why the director couldn't make this hire?
When we indicated to OMB,
put your name on the record.
Sorry, Dwayne Richards, Human Resource Director. When we have to submit the PRF to OMB indicated it was a one-time fund. So we have to be able to show that to continue funding. And based on budgeting for 2025, due to the fact they cut our budget, we were unable to fit in the additional $200,000 in our general fund. So we have to show that if we employ these people, we have to support it next year.
Are these conversations, or are we documenting these things?
These were back and forth conversations.
You see, and that's a problem that I have. Because for us to be able to verify, we can't do any verification here. So we just throwing the ball in each other's court saying, they say, he say, she say, like this is some melee thing going on. This is a government we're running. Accountability will definitely rely on documentation. And I expect to see at least email documentation going back and forth between posts, the police department through HR to OMB. So whoever is saying no, the funding is not there, or whatever the case may be, right now you can't go back and show any of us really and truly who made this decision or who said the money was in there, because it's all melee. We got to do better. Again, Commissioner Brooks, I am really looking forward to accountability across the board. Documentation is key. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Gittins. So we have the Grove Place Weed and Seed. Is that under VIPD or it's Grove Place proper?
No, sir. Huh?
Understand the question?
Yes, it is. It is under VIPD, Senator.
So those, do we have a Weed and Seed program in St. Croix that's operational?
Yes, we do, Senator.
And it says Grove Place. So Grove Place is getting the funding, or is it? I'm trying to understand. What's the difference between what's happening here and what's happening in the St. Croix district?
So, Senator, the coordinator is on St. Croix. That those funds were released. Correct.
The coordinator works for VIPD?
Say again, Senator?
The coordinator works for VIPD?
Yes, Senator.
And in this instance, the Bovoni Weed and Seed don't work for VIPD?
The owner of the 501c As Ms. Webster indicated, does not. No, Senator, she does not.
So, Groove, Place Weed and Seed don't have a 501c owner. I trying to understand
No,
what's going on with
Senator.
this.
No, Senator, it does not.
All right. This matter needs to be resolved because
does.
what's happening is
It does.
the adults are fighting and our children are getting trampled. And we need to address this situation. This cannot continue. I can't believe that we have all of these challenges and we don't have a weed and seed program that's in the St. Thomas St. John district. Even if, anyway, I'm going to leave that alone. Yeah, that ain't satisfactory. Senator DeGraff, we're trying to wrap up, so we're going to allow you
2 minutes.
No, wrap it around. One question.
Any, many, many more. Let me see. Okay, the St. Thomas Weed and Seed program don't belong to VIPD. We separated it before some years ago, but there was an issue. That's one. But, okay, I was told PAL fees. How much does PAL charge for summer fees? And I was told they couldn't increase or something like that. They couldn't increase the fees. The legislature had to be the entity to increase them.
When, Acting Commissioner Brooks, when you say charge, what do you mean?
For summer programs, so how much do they charge?
There's no charge for the program.
The summer programs are free?
There's no charge.
Okay, I think that was one of the issues. I'm thinking of the issue we had some years ago in regards to PAL charging less money than other entities, and we are trying to get them to bump it up. So PAL charge is zero.
Zero.
Okay, year round for any other programs?
They should not be charging anything, period.
Okay, they should not, just say?
No.
Okay, all right, just checking on that. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Burning question, Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Real quickly, how much individuals you had separated, resigned, or retired during the fiscal year so far?
Dwayne Richards, HR Director. So we had a total of 38 territorial.
38. And in that same time period, how many individuals were hired?
$44.
44. Okay. And quickly, in regards to your KPIs, number of arrests made as a result of tips gathered through data analysis, Crime Stoppers, Intel, etc. Your goal was 100%. Your results is 60%. Number of guns recovered looks pretty good. Number of active highway safety initiative. You had a target of 3, 0 was done. Who's monitoring your KPIs?
Carolyn Watley, Director of Planning and Research.
What's happening in that space? How are you holding the individuals accountable and monitoring of the KPIs?
So we meet monthly with all the directors along with OMB. We have lengthy discussions on, if they need support or what other issues they may have, and then they discuss that with OMB, and then OMB, sends support when needed. And then we just do our regular reporting.
Okay, I obviously have some follow-up on that, and I'll reach out because I know that the last time the commissioner had submitted a whole plan outlining how he'll be, the former commissioner that is, how he will go carefully monitor the KPIs, and I expect some true improvement in that area. Are you following that model that he had outlined?
We are. In some of those areas, even though you're seeing 100, that means for the year. So in some of the areas, it's not monthly. Some of them are yearly. Some of them are quarterly. So you may see some differences there. We just have to decide which ones are monthly, yearly, and quarterly. So you'll see some differences in the numbers.
Okay, so this obviously will be reworked.
That's how OMB put it in the system. So it doesn't, I only know because we've worked with them, but in the system it doesn't show what the target value represents. So we'll have, I can have that discussion with them.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. So one of the things you need to send back, I think we asked for it already, but I want to make sure that we're clear, is a breakdown of the new leases and the justification for each of them and the associated costs. Okay? And I note specifically that your utility costs remains the same. Have you looked at the respective spaces to determine whether or not the utility costs will be reduced or it will be increased? Because you have the same number from the previous fiscal year, which is $2.1 million. Have we looked at that? So we need to find out from you, and we could do that through the chair in the interest of time. What is your current utility overall cost, and what are your projections for FY25? Okay?
Yes, sir.
And then this is a bone of contention for me, loitering laws. The vice chair of this committee, Senate President, he passed legislation, a very tumultuous piece of legislation, I want to say in the 33rd legislature with regards to loitering laws. What efforts is the Virgin Islands Police Department imploring to ensure that the loitering laws are being implemented in earnest?
So, Senator, I'll have the Chief Senator District answer that question.
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District. Currently, now, Senator, we actually enforce it. Basically, we have different areas that we actually, remove individuals peacefully. In those areas, we continue our effort. We continue doing what we have to do to make sure the safety of the community is safe, basically. What is in place?
You know, you gotta give us one better than that, right? You talk about efforts, but let me hear what the St. Croix chief has to say. Speaking to the mic, me. Yes, sorry.
Sorry about that. Chief Santos, St. Croix District. One of the things that we did we've been having some issues with loitering in our Frederickstead town area. So I've ramped up some patrols, especially on our King Street. That's what we have been doing. Also to include the utilization of our live view cameras, our mobile cameras, placing them in certain locations to monitor certain activities in different areas.
So, Senator, may I add to that? So, Acting Commissioner Brooks again. So, one of the things that the chiefs have directive to also include, in addition to the live view cameras, is we have drones now in our use. So, those drones are now being utilized to assist with patrol efforts in those specific areas. The areas where they see individuals loitering, especially if there are no loitering signs, the officers have been directed to go in and clear those individuals out. We know that's an issue because, again, when we have individuals hanging around in areas, especially when it comes to late hours, that's a recipe for some kind of criminal activity to occur. So those are the areas that the chiefs are directed to focus their patrols and ensure that we are effectively enforcing those that specific loitering law.
I think the law was very well written, and we don't have to wait until we see people congregating in an area. I recalled walking in D.C. about 2 years ago, standing on the corner waiting for my daughter to come, and the police was like, "Ma'am, you gotta go. Keep it moving. You cannot stand here." Mm-hmm. And that's similarly so how our loitering laws have been legislated. That's the law. But primarily, I am asking this question because we have a issue in Anna's Retreat, right where it used to be used as the community center, is turned into a police station. And we have one of the biggest loitering going on right there. What are we doing about that? We have elderly people that live in that area, and every single day, these people take up shop there, and nothing is being done about it. And I see it myself. I don't live in the area. My mom does, and I see it. Why is that being allowed to continue? People have to feel safe in their neighborhoods. And if we have a police station in a neighborhood, a minimum, that's one of the places that people should feel safe. I don't understand why that's being ignored. And I actually contemplated what I should talk about it, but I decided, you know what, I should, because it's wrong.
Agreed, Senator. It'll be addressed. It'll be addressed.
And let me just share with you, this is not the first time that I have discussed this. I've discussed this with the former, and the response that I got was, you know, people are, I'm not going to get into it. I just know that that situation needs to be addressed.
It'll be addressed, Senator.
Senator Gittins, I didn't think you need no more minutes because you don't have a lot of point of information. But in the spirit of fairness, very short.
Well, thank you for being fair, because I could stay here till tomorrow. But
no.
according to the testimony, the department received over $16 million in FEMA reimbursement. So through the chair, I'm asking you to provide how those reimbursed monies were spent, or how they're slated to be spent if you haven't spent it already. But we keep talking about no manpower. Yet still, and this is where you ain't matting with me. We ain't got no manpower. But yet still, we bought with ARPA funds 157 cars, 40 of which still sits on the property down there. They spoke about it earlier because of retrofitting. These cars have been there, some of them, for almost 2 years. So whatever, what do you call it? What's that when you buy a new car, you get whatever warranty was on there, some of them gone. Those tires are going to be dry rot. The batteries going to have to change. I wonder if y'all remember that they're burn up, and I ain't want to say nothing to thing, but they burn up a set of police cars, and St. Croix had them sitting waiting there. Is this what we're waiting on again? I need for management to be a bit more responsible in carrying out their duties and responsibilities. I know this predates you, but those cars should not have been sitting there so long. We're making the same foolish mistakes over and over and over, and I keep saying, I don't like steaks that I can't eat. And mistake is one that I can't eat. So we got to do better. 40 cars down there. The last time the cars came, they came fully tinted, and the glass as well. A police officer is supposed to be able to be seen in his car. If people want to flag you down or something, they need to be able to say who is who. We don't even have the unit numbers on the cars big anymore, where somebody could have called into the zone and speak to the commander, the supervisor, or call the commissioner office, the chief office, and say, I was trying to flag down unit 201 or 202, and they got a glass up, they ain't even stop. They passed me here, I got a flat tire, they ain't even stop to ask if I'm okay. 2 o'clock in the morning. There's an accident on the road, people passing. We didn't even touch on home fleet vehicles either. Another thing, because I didn't hear nothing about austerity measures. I'm mentioning this because, again, no manpower, but we bought 157 cars. Who gonna drive them? I'm also requesting those programs, in addition to what I think it was Senator DeGraff asked for with the breakdown with PAL and Weed and Seed, whether or not they are active and each activity. Because all these should have an activity center so that we could know how the monies are spent, even post and the maintenance. So I'm asking you, Commissioner, to please look at that. I said a whole lot in the little wrap-up, but
Thank you,
we
Senator.
could have a continued conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Hopefully we'll see a meeting upcoming so we could discuss more of this. But this is a very important department to the Virgin Islands, and we have to make sure that we understand the challenges and we work together to address them collaboratively. I want to go back to the data before we close. We are accustomed to receiving data as it relates to the work that you've done within the fiscal year and the previous fiscal year total information. So we need you to send them back to the committee, please.
Yes, Senator.
I don't know how your data is being collected and how you are. I just have to ask this: how you're collecting the data, and do you have a relationship with the Office of Gun Violence?
So, Senator, our Office of Planning and Research, they collect all our data. All the statistics are collected within that office. And yes, any entity, particularly Office of Gun Violence Prevention, has reached out from time to time for updates on that, on the specific data that they require. When it comes to that, no. Go ahead. Sorry.
I know you guys are very busy, but we have to figure out how to deal with the fires while still working on right correcting. So while Ms. Watley does an excellent job of collecting the data, she could give it to you up and down. The question is, what are we doing with the data? What are we actually doing? What conversations are we having? What is that relationship between the Office of Gun Violence? I have my challenges with, how that's working. Every year I keep asking the same question and getting the same response. But what are we doing? What is that relationship between the two offices? Because, just listening to the conversation today, we didn't fund weed and seed we didn't have a weed and seed program in this district. There isn't any clear relationship between VIPD and the Office of Gun Violence. If we are really working towards making the adjustments, then we have to be deliberate. And everything can be legislated, right? So we have to be deliberate about what is it that we're really doing to address those issues. And I agree that if we've established an Office of Gun Violence, then that relationship needs to be coming from that office to you about, so how are we can work together? It shouldn't be, it could be the other way around, but I would be more hard-pressed to believe that it should come in the other direction. But we have to figure out these things because we are pouring a lot of money into these programs. VIPD in particular, last fiscal year, we spent $83 million, $83.1 million. In FY24, that was 23. That was the actual spend based on the information in front of me. In FY24, we appropriated $74.5 million. And in FY25, the recommendation came down at 70, because I think this is being double counted, as you shared with us, Ms. Webster, another 74.4. So we got to know this money going. This is a lot of money. We have to know. It's not a perfect environment, but I think we have to be a little more deliberate about us knowing how we're utilizing these funds. What are key performance indicators, as my colleague asked before, and where are we seeing our successes around the use of these funds? It's important. It's an important part of the work. It's important for any manager, any director, any commissioner to know whether or not the work that they're doing is successful. So I just want to close by saying that I know there's a lot of work to do. I know you guys grind every single day. But sometimes you need support. You need support to get this stuff done. So I think we've exhausted our discussion this afternoon. I didn't ask about and I ain't going to let Miss Sister over here leave without asking her one question. So we're going to talk very quickly about, because we have to run, about the child seats. You call them? I'm passenger safety. How is that? How are we cooperating as Virgin Islanders with regards to highway safety? And are we issuing booster seats? And I think I saw somebody asking what you call it? I had a child in a long time, so I can't remember. What you call it? I have grandchildren though. The baby seat, the car seat, the booster seat, and the regular baby car seats. What is that looking like for us?
Good afternoon. Daphne O'Neill, Director of Office of Highway Safety. And thus far in 2024, we have distributed 216 child passenger safety seats.
Okay.
And in 2023, we have distributed over 500. We reach out to the community, we get donations, donations in the form of cash or in the form of booster seats that our community partners order and spare us the cost of shipping and everything and have them delivered directly to the office. So it's going quite well. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I think that's very important information, and I thought you were going to take the opportunity to remind parents that they can. We still have the opportunity for parents to come to fill out an application at VIPD. So could you just put out the pitch for that?
Thank you very much for that. And as that follow-up, yes, there's a lot of preschool activities going on now and giveaways, and we make sure that we are in those areas. And we have the forms to fill out, and you can reach out to us at 340-642-7939, and we will get you the form so that you can have the correct seat for the age of your child.
All right. All right, well, thank you, and thank you for spending most of your afternoon, if not all of your afternoon, with us. I want to take this opportunity to say that we know that the work of VIPD is not easy. The men in blue, women in blue, is not easy work. And the work that you do is, in fact, appreciated. But I think that we have an opportunity to really have the conversation about how do we improve the work that we do. And it's just all over. It's all around. I really believe that Acting Commissioner Brooks, you have a unique opportunity to really look at some of the challenges. We know that you can't fix everything at the same time, but identify what those things are and let it be known that once you leave, whenever that is, that you will be remembered for that specific, or those specific areas that you work feverishly to right correct along with your team. So hold them accountable. That's my word of wisdom to you. All right, so we're going to allow you a 30-second close. I usually would read it through the chair request, but your request is about 15 or 16 through the chair, so we're going to send you a letter laying out exactly what they are. Please send them back to the committee so we can make an informed decision as to how we're going to move forward with your 2025 budget requests. So we're going to allow you a 30-second close.
Thank you, Senator. I might need a little more than 30.
That's okay.
I'd like to start, Senator, by thanking the men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department, both sworn and non-sworn, because we can't do it by ourselves. We really appreciate what you do. You come out every day, you put your hard efforts forward, and just give us the best product that you possibly can. So I'd like to thank them first and foremost. I'd like to send special good afternoon and thank you again to Ms. Malika O'Reilly of Firearms, of our Employee of the Year on St. Croix, and Ms. Uni Jackson on St. Thomas in the MIS office, our Employee of the Year over in the St. Thomas district. Senator, we came here today to be totally transparent. As you can see, we have our problems. We have our issues. And the intent was never to cover it up or give you any fluff, just give you the full blast as exactly what we have and where we are. We are going to put our best foot forward to rectify most of these issues we have identified here today. Some of them we already know of, and we already have measures in place to address those issues. So thank you again, you and this body, for the support and just again being totally truthful with us and giving us the down and dirty, because sometimes we need to hear. I really appreciate that. Thank you again on behalf of the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you, and thank you, like I said, to all that you do, and I do agree with you that we always talk about the men and women in blue, but for the admin staff, there would be no men and women in blue, because they're not going to be able to get paid and all the other things that matter will not be done. So I have to concur with you and agree. And like we said earlier, it's not a perfect world, but just being focused on the things that matter, I think is so important. So my encouragement is just to continue to do your best, and transparency is important. And if you have challenges, there's enough of us here or other leaders in the community that you share it with, and have the discussion, have the tabletop about how do we move the needle.
Thank you.
That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Senator.
All right. So in that being said, the Committee on Budget Appropriations, let me make sure that nobody is synchronized so I don't get in trouble. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of today is hereby adjourned.